Pleasure. All right, well, so welcome board members. I'm glad that this is something that we were able to do. And really, today's gonna be about a deeper understanding of the district, what the people here do, some of the challenges that we face. Chief Fitzwater is gonna be going over the SWOT analysis at one point with you in here. I've got another exercise that we're gonna do, that I think that we'll get other members out there involved in and staff members, because I think it's kind of a good one. Just a good refresher. But today is really about, this is an excellent opportunity for the board members to ask questions. I do ask that viewers or people that are here to limit the questions for board members, but you're free to come ask us individually if there's anything that's presented, if you have questions on, just so we keep things moving in a timely manner, conscientious of everybody's time. But a good opportunity to ask questions. Good opportunity for some thought practices, to bring maybe new ideas, different ideas, new directions or different directions to the board, and a general assessment of where we're at and where we need to go in the future and where we should be. So, just kind of a brief overview of our district. We're actually at 32,666 for population. We're a little over 3,000. Our run activity last year, which we all know was huge, 7181. Just our staffing right now, we kind of bounce around a little bit with the volunteer staffing, which I know Chief Dewar will speak to when he gives his presentation. That's about where we land out here. So kind of some things, to think about or talk about, our prioritization of the essentials, and this is our M&S cuts and some of the things that we have to do to function where we're at right now. Staffing adjustments that we've made here recently. New revenue, and there are some actually shining lights out there, some opportunities that are coming available that we'll speak to during this. And then, protecting what we have, protecting our core response. So Chief Fitzwater, he'll be given a presentation, and I'm not going to go in depth on all of these things, but as we go through this, each division is going to report out, talk about it is what they do, what the impacts are to the district, as well as our battalions, what they do, their areas of responsibility, which I think is important for the people to hear. I said training is going to be given their spill. Fire prevention. Candace is not going to be here today, but DFM Adamson was so graciously on very short notice, able to put some information together, and he's going to deliver a message on that. The BCs are going to be covering their areas and they'll go a little more in depth, but each one of them has a major responsibility. That's apparatus, PPE, radio systems, station maintenance. And that's a very, very brief overview because they actually have a lot of other things underneath them, just that, but those are kind of their major areas of responsibility. And then I wanted to talk briefly about a standard of cover versus strategic planning. And I know when I first officially took over as chief, I talked about we need to update our strategic plan, our master plan. But after talking with SDAO about this and talking to some other people put some thought into it, talking with Chief Fitzwater. Our standard of cover is really, really out of date. And the standard of cover really kind of tells us where we're at right now and what the expectations are. And to know where we're gonna go in the future with a master plan or a strategic plan, I think we need to actually really kind of focus more right now currently on the standard of coverage. And getting that updated, because it's pretty hard to project where we want to be or where we're going without knowing where we're at today. And kind of the good news is a lot of what we're presenting today is a lot of the key elements in a standard of cover. But some of the things that are missing out of that, is actually public input. Standard of cover is a great exercise. If you bring in the union in on that conversation, the volunteers in on that conversation, board members, and then members of the public. And talk about what our expectations are, you know, what's truly deliverable, in our capacity and our means. And then expand upon that, where do we want to be in the future? So. And this is a great opportunity to have a conversation, at least as board members that are here, about your feelings on that, because I know initially I did talk about the standard of cover or the strategic plan, master plan. And we could still go that road, and I think it's still should be a department priority, maybe not this year. But definitely at some point. And as well as, there's a couple of different ways to go with this standard coverage. We need to do internally, a little more research and thought process. You can hire it out, but I'm gonna tell you right now that there's neighboring agencies that then have to pay like $60,000. I don't think that we're in a good position to expand that much money. We've done it internally in the past. We have a good outline, but I think it needs to be cleaned up, cleared up. And that does take some time and effort from staff to kind of get at least that outline cleaned up and what that looks like, and then putting all the elements together. But I'd love to hear the board's thought on what you think. Is that a better direction that we should be going, or not? So.
Well, I think doing that would give us a good groundwork to see where we're at right now and where we're gonna go in the future. So that makes sense to look at the standard coverage.
Yeah. That's what, after I put some thought into it, I was kind of, you know, we might put a cart before the horse, but I thought, oh, okay, and this was an afterthought after the last board meeting. And like I said, I reached out to SDAO, who's gonna help us with the strategic plan, master plan. And actually Gordon Slutbone, me and Mark had a lengthy phone conversation with him about that. He kind of thought it was probably the right direction to go, not that we shouldn't do. He actually said really our current master plan, strategic plan, really, we could probably even just refresh it, update it, and it's still somewhat a valid document. But the staff, we'll put some more effort into that, looking into that and parameters. And maybe kind of start putting a plan together and an outline of how that would look and get that, so. But I did want to have that conversation. So, like I said, we're all in this together moving forward, you know, and what our commitment is, you know, our transparency. Everybody's support in here is vital, you know, for the future, what that future looks like. So that is in a nutshell what we're gonna go over. But as you guys are sitting there eating, And as Jay gets prepared, I said we're gonna do some exercises. I'm gonna hand out cards to some of the other people here. At least the first card. You'll notice that there's some, color coded cards on here. You guys can share. You guys can put on there. All the board members have pins.
I do now.
Okay. So we got some different coded cards out here. So the first one's pink. And so I think it's a good exercise for all of us, and I actually done a similar exercise here recently. Is just as we're kind of talking, if you, and this isn't like a test, just jot down all the things that you're aware of that we do for the community or deliver projects and services to our community. So that's the first card. The second card is all about funding and what our different funding revenue streams is. And this is nice that we got a nice diverse group because, like I said, it's not a test and you can add to it later. But I think sometimes it's good for, yes, we have those, just to, get the thought juices flowing. And then a little bit later on in the day, and as we go through this, if you hear things pop up as people are delivering or messages, you can add to that. Oh. But I think this is just a good opportunity that makes us think about, oh, what are other options? What are other things that we deliver that maybe somebody missed? So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to Fire Life Safety, Jay Atson.
Thank you. All right, first and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity of speaking. Like I said, Candace can't make it here today, so she actually sent me a lot of this information, created the outline for the slideshow, and I just looked over it, added my thoughts, and just put it together. So she would like to say, with more than 30 years with the Lebanon Fire District, it is an honor to serve as fire marshal. She is committed to fairness, consistency, and collaboration. While we follow established guidelines to ensure safety, I also understand that every situation is unique. I believe in working with individuals, businesses, and organizations to find practical solutions that meet safety requirements while supporting their needs of our community. So her and I think a lot of the same with this kind of stuff because the way we see our division, we're out in the community, we're doing code enforcement, but we also want people to work with us. So it takes a lot of like building relationships wise. We've actually tried to focus a lot on that, just going out and talking with people, getting to know people so we can accomplish a common need of like what all we do. So with our department, so coming into this department, I've been associated with the Fire and Life Safety Department for about 10 years as an investigator, and then slowly started like learning more about the division as it goes on. And from the outside in, there's a lot of stuff I didn't know we did, and I'm learning about it, and it's just right in line with kind of what I like to do, and it just meets our consistent message that we want to do, right? Just getting out there, making sure everybody's safe, and making sure everybody's house isn't going to burn down, right? The best we can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover all the different things we do, elaborate on them a little bit, and then afterward or during, because you're board members, so you can stop me midway through. Please feel free to ask as many questions as you possibly can. So first thing I'm going to talk about is commercial inspections. So every place that invites the general public into their facility is required to have a general or a company inspection. So it could be something as little as, White insurance office, like a small office, or whatever like that, up to Lowe's distribution center. So when we do these inspections, we go through and look for certain code violations compared to the Oregon Fire Code, which is part of, or it's basically the International Fire Code, but with all of Oregon's additions to it. So, and all these code are developed from, usually previous tragedy. So a lot of people died in a fire, or this one thing has caused fire in the past. And in the fire service, we tend to be a little bit reactionary, so they've developed this code book from that. So in addition to just looking for like the extension cords or the heaters or the heaters plugged into power strip and anything like that, we also look for like, if I'm a firefighter, what's it going to be easier for me to get into and do my job appropriately? So in addition to just that bare minimum Oregon Fire Code, we also try to make it easier for our crews. We also try to give them more information so they can better do their job and reduce call times and stuff. And I'll be elaborating more about that on the future. So,
Yeah, sorry to interrupt your flow. I just had a question about that because you guys go out and do inspections.
Mhm.
And, the shifts go out and do inspections.
Mhm.
But a common question from the public is, well, how come the Oregon State Fire Marshal Office just doesn't go out and do those inspections? So could maybe you just tell us a little bit about what truly the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office would come out and do and what they typically don't do?
So for a department our size, so they are a support system. So we get a lot of our training through them. We bounce off them just different laws or ways they're advisors to us, right? So it is I mean, if you look at the grand scheme of things, the state of Oregon is pretty much a small organization, right? They don't have like thousands of employees to go out and do this. State law regularly says we're supposed to go do these inspections, like on a whatever basis we decide to do. So to have somebody come in and do the work that we do in our department, it's like, you're not gonna be able to do it. They're not gonna be able to do it, right? And if they do it for us, they're gonna have to do it for all these other places all over town. Neighboring departments, so other departments that I've stayed in like hotel rooms for, like, say for example, like, coastal city, Oregon, right? Stayed in a hotel there, noticed a fire code violation. I actually gave the fire department a call. And it was like some guy who had no interest in doing anything because they don't do company level inspections. They don't do the bare minimum. So I stay in a hotel without a working smoke detector in it, or I stay in a hotel without like a way for me to get out of this place if there's a fire, right? So it's not regulated just like that. So Oregon has the very bare minimum, and we give that extra little bit of fluff just to make everything a lot more safer right here. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but they do come out and they will do schools
For helps.
and the hospitals are.
Candace would be a better resource on that. I'm not too sure specifically what their bare minimum is, but they're not gonna go everywhere. Probably just your your big fire hazards. So like for life safety, that's my guess. But they will help us if we ask, but they only have so many resources. So they're doing a lot of other stuff. Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that it's not just for established buildings as well, but LFD is also involved with the planning and public development of things going in.
Oh, yes. Yeah, and I will be covering that later. So, but thank you for bringing that up. So for commercial inspections, we have over 800 inspectable commercial properties in the area. So the shift personnel does do monthly inspections. We try to make those like your more basic ones. So like mini marts, like office buildings, and just I try to make them businesses that are open like more than randomly in this town. We have a lot of those. So understanding the ship does do them, but how busy they're getting. So we're trying to transition the inspections they do to ones that they can get in and out really quick and still do the checks that we need to do. So as for everything else, so your schools, your churches, your big manufacturing facilities, and just everything else, that's what my division's in charge of. So Candace and I will take care of that. So care facilities and so on and so forth. Some of those inspections take anywhere from like 45 minutes to 6 hours, depending on where we're at, just to go through and make sure it's all nice and safe. So one thing we track is like equipment oversight. So equipment oversight meaning like a lot of the times like your sprinkler systems, your riser rooms, your fire alarm control, fire alarm systems, and commercial hoods. We have a system developed where we track these on a biannual or a 6 month or an annual basis, whatever cycle this fire and life safety system needs to be inspected. So we actually used the compliance engine, which is a third-party software that we use that whenever these systems get inspected, the inspectors upload the inspection report to this system. So we're able to track them just like that. So we track over 700 systems throughout town. So anywhere with a sprinkler system in it, anywhere with an alarm panel, any commercial business like that, that we're monitoring those. So fire investigations is another thing we do. So last year there were 72 fires within Lebanon Fire District's fire area, and we have to investigate every one of those by law. So it could be something as little as like a company level inspection where we ask our engine crews, say, hey, is it an obvious thing? Is it like a really small fire? Can you just point it out like that? Then they take care of that. If it needs more manpower, or if it's more critical, like a suspected arson or like a high dollar value loss kind of thing, it gets moved up to the Fire and Life Safety Department. So we do oversee the company inspections as well, but once it starts to get more technical, that's when Candace and I and the LFIT team come into play to help out with that. So our investigation team, LFIT, is comprised of full-time employees and volunteers to determine origin and cause of a fire. So all the training, we try to meet the NFPA standard of 1033. So we have a lot of benchmarks that we have to hit to get through this training. So one thing that we provide is a quarterly training. It's usually 2 to 3 hours every quarter, where we go over like slideshows, different techniques of what we do for investigations. We also do online training, which is like a certified training, so they could do it on their own. We ask for like 12 to 14 hours a year. And then we ask for hands-on training. So that room back there, I sheetrock it, I strip it, or I put tape up. We try to build it like an actual apartment. So by a lot of stuff that's either donated to us, or I like literally jump in the dumpster and pull stuff out at Sheer Thrift. So I have like the appropriate PPE on when I do that, but we try to like limit the cost as low as we can, just to try to only keep it to sheetrock. We try to work with partners to do this. And then we light this thing on fire, and then we put it out, and we have our investigation team actually get that really good hands-on experience. It's a fantastic tool. Other things we do is like photography, and then I'll set up like mock interviews so we can interview people. So there's a lot of different stuff we can do. So continuing education is important with our investigators because they have to be proficient in physics, chemistry, fire science, technical report writing, photography, building construction, and legal procedure. So NFA is a good resource for that, sending people across the country for that valuable training. Candace and I have both done the fire investigation essentials training, and I did the electrical systems training a couple of years ago. The International Association of Arson Investigators provides a website so we could have that documented certified training, and then other types of local training. So we partner with Albany Fire, Oregon State Fire Marshal, and then Serve Pro actually offers really good investigator training. So plan review and development planning, this is what I'm learning, and this is what Candace is really good at because she does it all the time. So what we are reviewing is fire department access and water to a property. So when a new property goes up, we want to make sure we can get fire trucks in and out. We want to make sure we get fire trucks in and out. We want to make sure the firefighters can get in. We want to make sure we have enough water to put the fire out if it's on fire, right? So she gets the plans from the contractor, reviews, make sure it meets code, approves it, sends it back to make and build. So it's really important that we do this and keep it to our standards, because if not, it's going to be, how do we get this, big old ladder truck in this little small cramped parking lot? Notice a lot of the old apartment complexes, really small, tight parking lots, tight access, more modern ones that have been reviewed lately, a lot bigger, a lot more proper area to function within there as a fire organization. So we do generate revenue from those, from charging service fees to do all these plans. So we get reimbursed for them one way or another. But Candace and Ken did 125 plans for the county last year, and then 25 commercial plans for the city of Lebanon. So yeah, every day I walk into her office, she has like a whole bunch of rolls of paper sitting there, a stack on the table, and she's just constantly working at that. So we do fire alarm testing and finals. So Riverview, they just put in a new kitchen. We went and did a fire alarm and testing final. So that means that we try to get the sensors of the riser room and the sprinkler system to run, make sure it alerts. We make sure their fire alarm panel works, just so if something happens, we know it's actually going to call us to the correct address, because that has been something they found in the past, and make sure it actually functions appropriately. So, and then Candace and Future myself will be, attending development teams. We're trying to work with the county, work with the city, getting a good relationship with those guys. We actually work really well with the city and the county around here because of, relationships we've established in the past. Public education, this is fun. I really like doing this part of the job. So, specifically, our highlight is we go see, like, every year we go visit all the third graders in the city and in surrounding areas as well. So all the Lebanon School District schools and private schools, we try to go in and talk with the third graders about safety, fire safety aspects. Basically, like, what to do if there's a fire, how do you get out of your house, do like a fire safety plan at home. And then, whatever the state fire marshal determines that this is this year's topic. So this last year's topic was lithium ion batteries. Try to talk to an 8-year-old about lithium ion batteries for a while. That's really challenging, but we try to make it fun and we try to make it engaged and we try to, like, show them here's who we are and what we need to do. Other things we do for public education: station tours. They're a blast, getting all the little kids in here, showing fire trucks. But we also show them, here's what a firefighter looks like dressed up in their turnouts, right? If you see this person, don't hide, try to get their attention. We try to instill that in their minds. And then we have the opportunity to talk to parents too. A lot of the times we could talk to them about challenges the district's facing, what they could do as parents, what they could do as citizens in this area to accomplish what we need to accomplish. Other community programs we have, so fire extinguisher training. So we have a prop, show people how to use fire extinguishers, super cool thing to do. We will do that for private groups and some businesses if they ask. So, senior safety talks. So aside from just fire safety, we try to approach the side of like health training, like medical training as well. Not so much like, hey, here's how you check your blood pressure. But when I was on a fire truck and an ambulance, you'd go into houses and be like, hey, mom's having a tough time. You think about getting her in a different home. Try to prompt them to make the right decisions. So then we don't have to be that place where in 2 years, we're going there every 2 weeks. We could try to get the family to make those decisions themselves. But we'll also talk to seniors about like, hey, here's what you need to do. Like give them advice, like cooking advice and so on and so forth, especially like if their loved one's starting to have like mental issues, like they're forgetting stuff, Alzheimer's and stuff like that. Different ways they can circumvent like an emergency or a fire in their homes. Defensible space. So defensible space is like if you live out in the country, don't have trees up on your house. Like what keeps your house from burning if we have these severe fires in this area. So we will, if somebody comes, go advise them about here's what's best practices to do. We have materials that we get from the state of Oregon that we can provide them. And then we're actually going to be doing a lot of work with this grant. We're working with Sweet Home. So we're actually going to have crews that are going to go out, look at somebody's property, give them a plan, and they could possibly get the work done for free. So learning more about that process, I'm sure they'll talk about it more down the road. And then the Fire and Life Safety Expo. So this is just our event where we want to provide a whole bunch of educational information and just different resources regarding fire and life safety stuff, and especially like social programs. We tried to, like this year, I tried to reach out to like Crossroads Community or like the suicide prevention place to try to get them to come in here. So it's more like a health and wellness festival with some fire as well. So that was pretty cool. Smoke alarms and residential safety. So smoke alarm installs. That's a lot of fun to do, especially with vaulted ceilings in older homes. So we actually partner with the Red Cross, who I actually spoke with the Red Cross rep the other day, where they said their program, if somebody who lives at Mar-a-Lago wants a smoke detector, they'll hang it for them for free. So it's not about like income based, it's just per request. So I'm going to talk with Candace more about how we could push this more, get it more out in the community, because like a lot of people they have a 20-year-old smoke detector, which is barely functional. It's stained with yellow because they smoked in the house for 20 years before they quit 3 years ago. But these smoke detectors are a great thing to have because it wakes you up if you're sleeping, gets you out of the house. So we want to have those. But yeah, Red Cross provides those alarms. So they just fill out a form. I go and install it for free. But we do purchase smoke detectors out of the budget, which goes on fire trucks. So if they have a person who has a need out there in the community, they can just quickly put one on there. So just like that. Residential key boxes, we call them Supra boxes. So a little black box that goes just to the left of the door. So if somebody pays like the $51 that LF Cares wants the money for, I'll go out and install these little boxes next to their door. Only fire department has access to this key. Okay, so there's no code, nothing to forget. We just use a key, open up the box, take the key out, make access. That way we don't have to break down grandma's door, or we don't have to drill their, drill their handles out 4 times because they never put the key back under the rock. That's a true story. So we're trying to avoid that, and it limits. So what it does is it reduces our response times too. It gets us to the person a lot faster, and then it doesn't. And firefighters don't get to have fun breaking the door. I'm sorry, but it's the right thing to do. So we tried it. We also do life jacket kiosks. So if you notice, we have a couple in town, one at Waterloo Park, one at River Park. So we actually get these, a lot of these. I know we got the last round of life jackets donated to us, and we try to keep this thing stocked with just different sizes. I mean, our river is dangerous in a couple areas, and like parents nowadays, every kid like if they're on their phone not paying attention, we want them in a life jacket, so we don't have to utilize all our resources to go pull them out of the river somewhere. So it's a great program. We actually have 2 of our volunteers manage to then take care of that really well for us. Juvenile sitter program or fire sitting program. So this program we use if we notice somebody who's young, who has a tendency of starting fires, we try to intervene early to get them the appropriate resources to maybe even, stop doing it because we don't want them to keep doing it, right? So we have, what we do is we conduct interviews with them, involve the parents, collect information, and then we have the opportunity to ask the state fire marshal for help. We have the opportunity to get the school districts involved in this as well. And then there's actually a team of people who work together in this county or in this region, where if this person needed, we could just get them like a psychiatrist and just try to intervene and get and fix the problem before it becomes a big problem. So it's great to have. On one of the last fires, we've actually utilized this to try to get, but it takes a lot of collaboration and it takes parent involvement. So it's like getting the parents involved is a tricky thing to do sometimes, whereas you think it wouldn't be, but it just is. So people found out I'm a computer nerd here. So pre-planning pre-planning is traditionally a fire and life safety objective, but we've also switched over to new software. So we used First Do software now. So basically the whole thing started transitioning everything over from our old software to our new software. Wasn't easy. A lot of the data became corrupt, but pre-planning is great because it helps our initial responders, again, get to that person quickly, and reduce those response times and so on and so forth. Yeah, reduce response times, reduce the patient contact delays, and it reduces on-scene times as well. Because if I know where that staircase is at Lowe's, I'm not going to be walking around a 1 million square foot facility looking for that one staircase where this person is. So after we imported all the stuff, the next objective is how do we make this stuff better by doing this stuff. This is currently our what Lowe's map looks like from outside. Each one of those points have notes for the firefighters so they know where to go. So I've set up interviews, or actually I went into Lowe's and talked with the facilities manager. He took me on like a 2-hour tour and I just mapped all this stuff out so we can get to these calls faster. So so in March of 2025, when I was on shift, I started doing this data transfer program for Incident View. Mark Kroll was helping with that a little bit as well. And it's still an ongoing process. Feel like we're getting everything good. But what's nice about First Do is it's very robust. So we can actually, for our target hazards, we can increase the amount of information we can give these first people. So since I've been in fire and life safety, like all the 11 school district facilities have room numbers, assembly points. We have all the fire service features mapped out on there. Because I just telling the guy there, it's like, if I have a school shooting, heaven forbid, I want to know the room I need to go to. If I have a fire, I want to know the room I need to go to. They're big facilities. I don't want fire trucks circling around looking for the fire, right? We've also done Lowe's distribution, like I said, Boulder Falls, Comp Northwest, and all of Intech as well. So a lot of apartment complexes across the area as well. Data verification has been a huge project with the new software. So most of the stuff moved over from our old system to our new system rather well. However, there's a lot of corrupt information, and we spent a lot of time going through our, I think we have like 11,000 just different addresses and making sure those little green dots are on the right property. Because if that green dot is in an intersection in Waterloo, that's where it's going to send us, into this intersection in Waterloo. So we've been finding there's like a lot of data just corrupt, and since June 2025, we've touched 1,100 different address points to ensure the quality, ensure the actual information's in there, update business information, our contact information didn't get transferred over, so plugging all that stuff in. And then data abatement as well. So any double marks, we've been deleting those. But yeah, our data points, our address points are probably 99%, like right now. They can fall back on the Google Maps, but we found out Google Maps isn't 100% accurate, and that's where we want to be, is that 100% accurate when we have these emergencies. So there's been a lot of work going on with this.
I'd just like to, before Jay goes on, that was a large undertaking. And I'd really like to commend him and Lieutenant Kroll who have worked on that. And our previous software took years and years and years to get to a very viable point. And I think that they have made tremendous leaps and bounds in the short year that we've had this. So I think they should be applauded for the work that they've done on this.
Yeah, it's great now. So all in all, it's like Candace wanted to mention and bring up that this is a like, it just doesn't take one department to make all this stuff happen. It takes everybody working together. So a lot of our main core programs, so inspections, investigations, pre-reviews or pre-plan, or like the water and access that Candace was talking about are critical to what we need to do. And then public education. As I've learned in this department, it's hard to justify our spot a lot of the times, mainly because it's like we go around and make sure fires don't burn. We don't track the fact that fires don't burn. But an interesting statistic, or it's not really a statistic, but just looking back on the previous fires, like we don't have commercial fires that often. The last couple commercial fires that I've been on, yeah, right. So, but if you look at the storage unit, it was in a private locker, a private individual caused that fire. Another fire downtown, it was somebody doing something that they weren't supposed to do with something. Wish I could be a little bit more specific, but I'm trying to keep it vague. But like we don't have the violations we look for or the safety systems we track and we try to regulate. We don't get fires because of those fail, because we check on them, right? So that's essentially the justification for our department right there. So when I've done inspections in the past, I've found when I was on the engine, like I found charred up wires in the ceiling. So we kept a business from burning down because we were out doing those inspections. When I've been out doing inspections right now as for a member of Fire and Life Safety, I found exit doors rusted shut. You know, it's good to get your eyes on this kind of thing once in a while. But it's just like everything else that goes along with it. It's just it's like we're the planning and logistics. We're not the operations side of it. So whatever we can do to make our operations life a lot easier, that's what we try to focus on here. So, yeah, any questions for me?
Yeah. 300 commercial businesses, are those inspected every year, every 2 years?
So we sort the rotation based on risk in a sense. So like your occupancies where you have, I'm not going to get into the occupancy types because I don't want to bore you too much, but like 24-hour care facilities where people can get up and get out by themselves, facilities with kids involved in it, or high-risk facilities like a lot of your manufacturing with nasty chemicals, annual.
Okay.
So annual basis. So some of the other ones like moderate risk, so like churches, like the smaller churches, maybe every other year. Some businesses, that's a 2 year, and then the 3 years are going to be more like your office buildings,
Right.
Because Gladys wants to plug in her heater, and we say no every 3 years because you have to plug it into directly to the wall. So we try to go through that and sort them out. So aside from what I've been talking about, what we're also trying to do is, since we have that data transfer over, since everything didn't transfer over because software is different, we have the opportunity of actually changing a lot of the rotation on these businesses. So I've gone through, or I am going through those 800 businesses right now, looking at it. Does it have a fire protection system? Does it not? Are kids involved? Because, you know, like, well, my kid's school's protected, right? So we try to justify it like that because it is a lot of work, right? And especially for everything else, like what's going on shift, we're trying to limit that load. But I just know from previous experience, it's important to get into these places and just check them every once in a while.
And I know, like I said, this was a short notice for Jason, but there's some things I'd like to add that he didn't necessarily touch on.
Sure.
That we've done in the past, and we're gonna be able to do more of in the future, and that's WUI inspections. I call them his, inspections. So we have done some of those in the past for summertime help, through grants through the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office. We're gonna continue those, in the next 5 years to come with our CWDG grant, which, Fire and Life Safety kind of oversees those programs. And along with that has, been, address marking, which is another important thing. It's really important for our people operations to have, well-identified address markers out in the community to find those residences, especially when it's a long lane with 3 other lanes off of it and different homes out there. So, you know, there's more than just the commercial inspections. There's the WUI inspections that have went along with that and the address marking. So,
Yeah, and currently the address marking, we do have a form they can fill out on our website and request one. First one we do for free off of budget. Second one or more, it's like $10 to get it, but I put those together with stickers and it's just signs we have there. So have a couple, we don't really, I mean, moving forward in the future, I'd like to see like more community events, getting out there in public, more education materials, and more localization about the products that we do have, or the services that we do have that people could take advantage of. That could benefit them in the long run. So.
As Jason wraps up, so I've got, we'll just do track with, what people wrote down, the services that we deliver as a district, which you got to hear a whole bunch, right, in fire and life safety, which I actually added one to my little list, because I forgot to even think about it. Some things that excuse our minds. So I have 21 different programs and services that we provide. Anybody got more than that? Perfect. I'm gonna run down my list, and if there's nothing on there that I've given, and what I find is it might just be things that other people have thought of as well, doing different things. So I've got here fire suppression, wildland suppression, prevention and education, EMS transport, hazmat, water rescue, road rescue, confined space rescue, trench rescue, EMR training program, EMT and paramedic proctor ride time. Along with that, there's ride time for the 3rd years at the school, plans review, wildland inspection, regional fire academies, MBA extrication, mutual aid conflict response, addressing programs, life jacket program, smoke detector program, residential key box program, and I guess along with that, you could add commercial key box program, our Knox system. You guys, anybody got anything that I didn't?
A bunch.
Throw them out there. Let them know.
So we do Stop the Bleed for Set Soon. We do Lynn County Health Fair in conjunction with Lynn Benton. We also do AED checks with some of the local businesses. We've done CPR first aid for local business safety committees, barbecues, lift assists, and then school tours, career fairs, so on and so forth.
We do all of our in-house maintenance, fleet, building, SCBA, landscape, PPE, jigs, gas monitors, small engine, hand tools. We have LF cares, we chart fire and medical. We do non-emergent, emergent, and over and back transfers. We assist with the fatal accidents post-investigation, cleanup, extrication of the deceased. all our public assist stuff, catch second tree, et cetera.
Hazmat decon.
Those two ITs.
Anybody got anything else that they?
Well, even more basic than that, is the fire department is a problem solver. Anybody has a problem, they call the fire department, whether it's, you know, a lost kid, a cat in the tree.
An eagle entangled in the river?
Yeah, anything like that, but they look to the fire department to be a problem solver. And, you know, anybody that thinks we're doing the fire department or EMS, that's not what it is, it's a problem solver.
Anybody got anything else to add? Because I'm sure as the day goes on, there will be more items.
So I tried to track, your list, but we wrote them in different order, so I might have missed some of the same, but disaster prep and disaster response. Beyond just fire and wildfire. Also tossed it out there, we employ people in the community and we give people volunteer opportunities in the community, which I think are pretty important. And I think that we are heavily relied on for elder care support.
Oh, I got it.
Body recovery.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
Anybody need a break before I?
Anybody need, Mark's gonna be a long one, so.
No, I'm not gonna be too long.
I
bet, Jay.
Go for it, Mark.
All right. So what I'm gonna cover is just initially what I do, as ops chief. And then what I'm probably gonna focus on is our ambulance service, and statistics surrounding our ambulance service. Because we've had some impacts to that over this last budget year, and I think it's important that you're well aware, and as we look at a levy in the future, I know that we got pretty hammered the last time we went out with questions, and I think we've done a lot of the things to try to make people happy and try different things, and some of those have been successful, and then. So with that, what I'm going to do this, I'm getting ready. Yeah, throw my glass so I can read the one in the back. So in lines of mine, on the administrative side, I do a lot of EMS. So I'm responsible for our recertification of our organization, our ambulance recertification, doing the OHA surveys, which is their inspection, which is a long, fun process. Protocol development review. So we just finished that with Dr. Sprague and all of our regional partners. We partner with Albany, or not Albany, but Sweet Home, Jefferson, SIO, Halsey, and Brownsville for our protocols. We all work off the same protocol sheets. And so we just went through that this last week. I had the EMS committee that's consistent of our FTOs, or field training officers. They do all of the shift training, as well as taking on the paramedic students as they come through our organization. I manage all operational personnel, and so if you look at our org chart, this is me here. With chief, I get to oversee the battalion chiefs. We've got great battalion chiefs, which makes that job pretty easy. And they're pretty heads up with all the projects that they're in charge of. And each one of them is going to talk today about those responsibilities. And then, of course, our standard operating guidelines, policies, and then HR issues. And I'm learning really quick that there's three primary ones we do it. Public, our external customers, our internal customers, our personnel when they don't get along very well, and then the hospital. And so I'd say those three take up the most of the time when it comes to the HR issues, but we work through those. I'm in charge of all the hiring and promotional processes, and then of course, supporting the fire chief. And so if he needs something, that's what I do. I've been doing this now for 4 months, so I keep finding out there's more things that I do when it comes to that. So whatever he needs, I'm there for him. In line of our district, John already hit on this, but this is a true outline of our district. And you know that we were doing annexations. That was another thing that I don't know if Jay hit on that. That Candace has been participating in, is that you see our outline of our district, our 134 square miles, other little islands out there that aren't part of our district, and Candace has been working to get those put into place. Last year, we had 36 structure fires, 19 mobile properties, so that means campers, cars, all those things. And then, of course, had a lot of vegetation fires on top of that. And so I want to bring this one up. So this is the NFPA 1720. And so everybody knows, I'm sure all of you know, that NFPA is a guideline, right? It's not a law. But when we look at what services we provide, we try to meet the NFPA. Financially, we know we cannot. We don't have 4-person truck companies. We don't have 4-person engine companies. It's not a reality for us. But to our best ability, we try to meet that. And then so for a combination department that would fall under 1720, in a urban area, we want 15 firefighters on scene within 9 minutes. Or did I do that backward? Yeah.
You did it right.
For us, most of our area actually falls in the suburban area as well as rural. This is from ArcGIS, so you can see the color coding on this. But what that really comes down to is this. So how can we meet that? And so this is truly our daily staffing. That is all. We have 2 ambulances and 1 engine. Most of the time we have a swing crew of 34, we have a single ambulance staff here and our engine here. If we don't have anybody on sick leave, we'll have an engine staffed out there with 2, and then 2 people on a medic unit. Here we'll have 2 people on a medic unit, people on an engine. Why the ambulance is important, partially is for this right here. We take away these, we're coming nowhere close. This. Okay. We do not have an ambulance service. That helps us pay for more people. Is it a burden? Yeah. There's a lot of calls, it is. But it gets us more people. And that's the most important thing. We're firefighters on the fire ground for fire ground safety. And so it's really important that we have that. Hence the future of our, the levy piece. We use these people to help supplant our staffing. Our ambulance service though is big. So we have 419 square miles of ambulance service. It's all depicted here in the orange. And so we absolutely cover the ground on that. So these are all the dots from last year that we went out. And you can see we cover all over our ambulance district from the far reaches of Brownsville all the way up to Scioto and across. And then we do a whole bunch of Sweet Home as well, as you can see there. So we provide a lot of mutual aid to that. So let me go back to this, our ambulance service area. So an ambulance service area, just to make sure everybody's on the same page with this. And so you can read the definition there, but essentially our county's responsible for designating who is providing service in an ambulance service area. It's set by the county commissioners, they're in charge of that, and who provides that. John actually sits as the chair in our ASA group here. But one big question we've been getting a lot online is, well, why are we doing transfers? Why are we responsible for that? Because the hospital sits within our ASA. And so we are the organization responsible for serving this area. And so we have to provide service to them. The caveat to that transfer piece is they also pay really well when we do those transfers. And so that's another part to that. Those transfers earn anywhere from $800 to $1,200 per transfer. And so those transfers also are about 40% of our budget on the EMS side. And so that's a good number for you guys to know if somebody throws that question. Because as I put out the statistics on Facebook here lately, on our ambulance report, that's one that keeps coming back around. It's, well, how many times, why are we doing all these transfers for a hospital? If we didn't do those essentially equate to almost the cost of an ambulance crew. So one of those 2 units that we have there pretty much are paid for by those transfers at LCH, but it's such a double-edged sword. And I'll talk about transfers a little bit later and the actual number we have for transfers. Any questions over that? Annual call volume last year was 4,977 medical calls. How many EMS only calls we did? And so what we're seeing is an increase in our concurrent calls, or just overlapping calls, better way to put it. And so 2015, so just the last 10 years, you can see this pie graph. And so on this one, in 2015, you can see that we primarily ran 1 call at a time. Well, then you start moving forward to 2 calls at a time. Well, we were only running 1,700. Well, now we're running 2,400 2 calls at one time. And you can see it slowly shifting up. So 3 calls at one time, we're now doing 1,068. And so this number is increasing and we're seeing that we are in need of more ambulances. Our crews are running a ton of calls. And the thing is with this, it impacts how we can provide the service because we're now relying more reliant on callback as well as mutual aid services. And so we're calling our neighbors, we're calling Albany quite a bit over to help us out. And so this is really simple, but I'm gonna explain this as they're getting into the minds of the battalion chief and what they deal with every day. All right, so we have, I'll show you my little picture here. This is station 31. Station 34 is down south, and then we have station 13, later in town. And so this is how they probably started your day. Shoot, this was what? Tuesday? Tuesday morning was almost this exact scenario, which is kind of funny. So first off, transfer comes in at 7:30. So here they go. They grab that transfer, they're gone. And so the battalion chief knows I'm not going to have anybody around for probably the next hour and a half on Medic 31. All right. At the same time, which always seems to happen, is maybe we get a call out on Meridian out in Lacombe. And there goes your second medic unit. Call out on Meridian is probably going to take anywhere from 40 minutes to an hour to get that medic unit turned around and ready to go again. So at this point, what are the battalion chiefs going to do?
Callback.
Hit for callbacks. They're going to try to get off-duty personnel to come in. And so already we're incurring costs, but they're going to try for callback. If they don't get it, they'll try again, and time keeps rolling. We still have an engine with ALS capabilities available in our system. We get yet another call out on Dodge. Well, now our engine goes out to Dodge, and now they are wrapped up. They are stuck there. Because if they just leave that call on Dodge, that would be known as patient abandonment. And so that engine has to stay there unless they have a firefighter they can have stay on the scene. If another fire comes in, they're locked there and they're stuck. Until we get Albany Fire to come over from Albany and take care of that. So at that point, the battalion chief has to decide, I've got all these units out. Do I need to first alarm to try to get off-duty personnel and volunteers in to cover the district? And they have to weigh that option for their time. And so this is why concurrent calls are a problem, because this is just 3 calls. If I go back on our graph here, 3 calls happened 1,068 times. So this is probably gonna happen today at some point. If it hasn't happened already today, I don't know, probably has. Not today yet, not yet. So you know it's gonna happen, because it happens pretty much every single day, because there's only 365 days, right, in here, so. Anyways, this is what we're seeing, and we're seeing more of these concurrent calls and available medic units not being over and out.
A couple of questions.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Does each additional call get included in the lower numbers, or are they completely unique? So if
In the
there's-
lower numbers.
what's that?
What do you mean in the lower numbers?
So like when you have the only 1 call at a time, 2 call at a time, does like the 3 call, does the 2, all right,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, they're separate.
okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
So it's not expanding itself, is what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, they are completely separate.
Beautiful. And then just a random note, like if we could have what you just did as one of our like social media pieces with like the movement of the ambulances and everything.
You have that recorded, so we can make that happen.
Perfect. 'Cause I think that'd be really, that made something click for me that I didn't understand before.
Yeah, it's scary when you start looking at it like that. And I didn't make that up. Actually, the chief of Corvallis had a nice little table that he was showing this happen, but it's the reality of it. And you start to realize, oh crap, well, that's why you as a battalion chief, you sit there just hoping the really bad call doesn't come in when all of this is happening. Because you sit there going, oh, crap, I have nobody available right now. What if it's a baby not breathing? And one of these guys has to go out there. That's a big deal. And so it's really important people know that.
What would happen? Let's say that we have a minor call that we're technically on the hook because we don't want patient abandonment, but there is like a call in where a baby's not breathing or a major structure fire. What happens to us if we leave that minor call?
Abandonment.
It's abandonment. It is, but at the same time, it's a judgment call, and the greater good would probably fall into that one. I mean, if I'm standing there with somebody with a thumb issue and I've got a baby not breathing.
Yeah.
I can tell you as management, we're gonna support that person.
Right. Is there a fine associated? Does it open?
There could be.
to lawsuit?
It opens you up to a potential lawsuit. So that person has a bad outcome. or some issue related to that, that puts us in that harm's way. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
But then also, if all those units are tied up, we still have a battalion chief, they're gonna head to that call. We had this scenario take place actually last year. I think I wrote down the date of that call, because it was this exact scenario. Yeah, August 17th, of 2025. We played that exact scenario, and we had a lady not breathing out on Cascade Drive. Lieutenant News, or Battalion Chief News, responded to that and began CPR by herself on that. I was duty chief, and I came and helped her do CPR until Albany could show up. That's a big deal for somebody to not. It's like, yeah, that's really disheartening to everybody here. And Albany takes 30 minutes to get over, 20, 30 minutes. And so that really is one of the issues that people really need to realize is this is a big deal. You don't have an ambulance available for you. And we provide the best service that they're gonna get. In lines of call volume, I did since 2006, I'll give you the last 20 years. We have steadily increasing call volume. We've seen a 114.9%, we've doubled our call volume since 2006. Keep pushing the rock uphill, like to push that way. You saw a little bit of a spike in 2021, that was COVID. And so that's when we were doing a ton of transfers for the hospital. We saw an increase in call volume for that too. That is the last 20 years of call volume. 2025 has been our busiest year yet, outside of that outlier in 2021. And with that, this is really important to know for the crews that we have working for us. Between 2018 and the end of 2020, we had Medic 71 and Medic 72. So that was the one that we did with Tangent and Albany. We shared a unit. So we had 2 additional ambulances running during that time, depending on the time of day. They were peak staff activity. And then when 2021 hit, our busiest year, we had Medic 30 and 36 staff. That money ran out because those were federal dollars for COVID. So we dropped back down to Medic 30 due to budget restrictions in 23. We ended up dropping to a half car. Moving into 2025, it ended. And so now we're asking folks to do what they did in 2021 with 4 ambulances, now with 2. And so what it does, it just leads to more concurrent calls, and we'll be reliant more on callback and mutual aid partners. And so in lines of our personnel increase, we haven't increased a whole lot. You could argue that it's 2006, it's a 25% increase in personnel. We've added 6 people because we've lost every single role person that we had that did show that we were improving our service. And so truly, we've added 1 more medic unit, essentially would be what that would equate to when we're full staffed. Here's the transfer part. So transfers. So last year we did 1,178. Like I said, they account for 40% of our budget. So they are the double-edged sword, but we spend a lot of time on the road with those. So 2,051 hours is what we gave them. So roughly our crews spend 85 days on a medic unit. Look at that, that's pretty incredible. And the hard part with that is, like I said, it's how we fund the ambulance, or else we lose a medic unit. But it's also a time exchange because we're losing folks for 85. It's like, it's a third of the year we're almost spending on the medic unit. And so we do a lot of intermittent transfers.
Well, that doesn't represent total man hours either.
Yeah, that's true. Mutual aid received last year. So we had Albany come over 220 times. Sweet Home came over 41 times. This one does include both when they just moved up. They move up to station. And so we were heavily reliant last year, even with Medic 30, while we were staffing that on our mutual aid partners. In lines of what we provided, so we went into Sweet Home 145 times. We covered our Sweet Home almost as much as Albany covers us. And then only a couple times to Albany at 8. Brownsville went up 136. You can read the rest. Scioto 93. So total of 392 calls outside of our immediate fire district. Callback. so this is a really kind of scary one when you think about it. So, 6 months of callback data. So I went all the way back, 6 months. I went through every one of them. And so this number, so just so everybody understands how I pulled this data, I went by blocks, right? Because the battalion chief will call for callback. So today, right now, you have both ambulances out. They'll call for callback. They don't get it, they'll call again. And so that's just one block, right? It's not each time we call for callback, because this number would be inflated to 200 and something if we were doing that. It's each time we didn't have units available, we called. And so on average, we call 48 times a month for callback. Last month was 41, or the month before that, January, was 59 times that we called for callback. We had no ambulances available. So every day we have at some point in time, no ambulances available in our district. And we're in that situation where we're relying on mutual aid. In lines of success of getting callback, we get it about 25% of the time, where we get both an EMT and a firefighter in, or 2 paramedics in, to be able to run that medic unit. Alternative option, I just want to bring this up, just so this is another thing that we were hit with pretty hard, is, well, what other options? I mean, you got a hospital, they should be paying for an ambulance, and why don't we try private? So Chief Tasty and Chief Verdandi looked to Metro West and saw what they could do. Could they come in and help support the call volume that we're having? And it sounded good initially. They were like, yeah, we could staff if we could get so many transfers and so many just 911 calls, we could maybe station a unit here. But then after more talk, and then more talk, it turned to, well, we'd actually need pretty much the entire call volume of one of your medic units. Well, at that point in time, we are not gaining anything, because then we have to let a medic unit go, essentially a crew. It would be just apples and oranges, right? You're just replacing one with the other. So through a bunch of months of work and talk, it ended up being that it gains us nothing. They want essentially the call volume that we would lose for an entire ambulance. Another route we went is with Samaritan Health. We had talks with them. It looked pretty promising, and I'm sure Chief Verdandi had talked to you about that too. Back in October, we had presented them with what the cost is for 6 firefighter paramedics, because they sounded interested that maybe this is something we could do and help you staff an ambulance. And then my first month as ops chief, I got to see how things really work. Red starry-eyed. They were not so interested in doing that. In fact, they used those numbers. I went to the county commissioner and said, look how much they're wanting to charge us. We need to negotiate a lower cost. Well, Chief Verdandi said that this isn't something we could really negotiate. That's what the people cost. And then that kind of turned into, oh, well, okay. Chief asked, I remember that meeting, did you ever intend on helping us staff an ambulance? And the answer was, no, we never intended on helping you staff an additional ambulance. Okay, I guess that's not an option for us. And so that isn't an option. We explored it. They're not interested in doing that. And they'll also cite that right now, financially, they couldn't do it anyway. So anyways, these are 2 options that were looked at. Those were brought up pretty heavily by our contenders in the levy. And so both have been tried, both have.
Mark, this is maybe a good opportunity to talk about some opportunities that are coming up.
Yeah, so we're looking, so with the passing of the big beautiful bill, Oregon is going to be getting $197 million for rural healthcare. And so with that, we sat in, Chief Dewar and Casey and me sat in on a presentation by the Oregon Health Authority, who will be managing the funds. And they're looking at essentially, those are specifically earmarked for the rural, and they're looking for critical access hospitals, the ability to get patients to where they need to go. And then just what is your funding idea? What latest and greatest idea do you have that would benefit your community the best? With that, what we're bouncing around the idea of is potentially going out for the grant and trying to go for a specialty care transport ambulance. and funding that, would maybe get us an additional medic unit staffed. The funds are there to do that. We have the critical access hospital. If we call it a specialty care transport, it's something that we're not currently offering. That training is available through the grant as well. It may be another means for us to find ambulance transport abilities.
What would be the definition of specialty care? That'd be like a P unit or?
No. So what it is it's additional above and beyond training of a paramedic. And so it's something, one of our medics, Bailey Goff, went up and took it at OHSU. And it really takes, you're running pumps, you're running different meds. It gives you a better understanding of critical care medicine. Because it's a critical care paramedic is really what you're designated as. Right now, the hospital would be on board with it in the fact that they have to send a nurse on any of these transfers that require that level of care. But if we had critical care paramedics, we could keep a nurse there, keeping their staffing at normal levels while we're able to upstaff with an ambulance. So it's an option, and we are gonna try to shoot for that when we go for the grant currently for that.
How long is that training?
The training's a little while, but the thing is we could get them on board and get them moving as medics. The training is outside and above. So Bailey did it while working here as a medic. And so it's something that you could do coinciding with it. We would just have to provide the training. And then most of it is online, training through OHSU. That makes it a little bit easier to work with.
Ballpark, what kind of hours?
Shoot.
Say it was a week-long program.
Oh, okay.
80 hours out.
Yeah, it depends on how you do it. Yeah, there's a few different options for it, but anyways, it's a realistic option, I think, and something that we can definitely try for with the grant funding. They're looking for larger programs as opposed to, like, we want this $35,000 project. It's a 5-year grant. And so it could potentially be staffing for an ambulance for up to 5 years. So with that, we might coincide and try to do community paramedic as well. John actually just sent me some information about community paramedic program funding that we're looking at.
HR 4011, which is an act that's in the proposal, but it's bipartisan, that allows the health secretary to develop or send grants for rural healthcare paramedics. Community paramedics. So that's nothing that's, of course, we know right now, DHS and everything else kind of shut down. But that's something that we're keeping our eye on in the future. We're always looking for funding and however we can find it.
Well, and truly the community paramedicine, it's got so many places, really. I mean, Mr. Perkins here today went out on a patient who's calling almost daily now. And really their biggest problem is they have a bar because was she paralyzed in?
So she's tetraplegic, so she only has movement in one arm. And so she has a bar next to her bed to get in and out of bed. Unfortunately, with that bar, it's a temporary bar, so it's not able to be fully installed into the building she's in. And so every time she gets in and out of bed, she slightly moves that bar until it works its way out of position again. And so unfortunately, we've been out there many, many times to help get it back into position, help get her where she needs to go.
We have so many of these where it's just like, if we had that one person who could just zip out and take care of these small medical issues, like they're small things, but they turn into a medical call, and they turn into a medical call, and they turn into a medical call before they become a problem. But you have to have somebody that has the time to spend to go and make that connection and work with that person to get through those issues. And so that I can definitely see the need for a community care paramedic. The problem is just funding that position. I mean, if we were a large agency, then that's where you see most of the places that have them is they have the funding then to be able to do that. But for us, it's just, we're strapped, right? We're gonna have to look at a grant funding option for that. And so we'll keep our eye on that, and if it's available, do it. Just in February alone, just to give you an update, we continue to stay busy. So total calls just for February, 501. We average about 550 to 600 calls a month. Primarily 75% ambulance, but you can see our public assist piece stays really, really busy as well. I think last year it was close to 759, I think is the number for last year's public assists. That's going out and lifting somebody off the ground. And it's such a double-edged sword, because there's been so much talk about, well, why don't we bill for this? Why don't we bill for a public assist? There's reasons why fire departments don't do that, and you can kind of play those scenarios out in your mind. Well, I think of my mom, my mom's getting older. My mom slips and falls out in the garden. She's not calling it. She'd probably call me and I would go and help her, but she didn't have me and I was out of town. She would try to figure out a way to get herself in the house. She would not call the ambulance. Well, what if there's a bad out? I didn't want to call because they're going to charge me for that. There's the issue we run into, right? It's all of those. I sat on the floor for 2 days because I didn't want to call because it's going to cost money and you're on a fixed income. And so we get that one a lot too, is why are we doing these lift assists? Why don't we charge for them? I'll admit there's times too where it frustrates me, and it's because especially the ones where it was, we recently went out on one where the recliner came unplugged from the wall. So they had to go out, plug it in, and then they were able to get their chair. That's fine one time, but then the second time they did it, it's like, could we just throw some duct tape over that plug for you, So those are frustrating.
Super glued to the wall.
But, and I get that, but you have that double edge of that is then the residents who don't want to call because they're gonna get fined for it and they sit on that floor for a real long time. Now we have sores and wounds on those, and so it's a tough game.
Is there any opportunity for like a lower level, less training required volunteer corps? Kind of how like the LPD has SALT, the seniors and law enforcement together. Is there any ability, or there's just too many regulations in the way to prevent just somebody who isn't up to date on all the EMS stuff, but hey, I can go plug in a chair.
This is where it's tough, is because OHA actually recommends that we write an EMS chart on every single public assist, lift assist we go on. And so you're technically doing an assessment on that patient when you're lifting them. And so then we send untrained people out to go lift them up. And they go to lift them up and crack. It puts us in that spot too, and that's tough. That's a liability risk, I would say.
Okay. So there need to be some sort of like Salem level fix before we could go send out less trained people.
They probably, yeah. Well, that, and then I don't know what success we'd have. I don't know. That'd be an interesting, what success we'd have calling for somebody to come in and then responding out, because they can't sit here all day waiting for the lift assist to come in, right? They're not going to want to do that.
I would say though, kind of in some sense, we kind of do that a little bit, right, with our substation responses. But we always have that medic unit as backup that's responding, or they're going to as a primary response, because kind of like what Mark said, not having somebody that's not medically trained, we can, and it's one thing if they show up and they go, oh, I tripped on a turnip out in the garden and I really don't, I'm not hurt, but I can't get up. Our volunteer responses out there are pretty good about it. They'll help them up and make sure, you sure you don't hurt, you sure you don't, and and turn our full-time crews around, but it's still commitment, right? By having somebody that can deliver medical aid and is medically trained to assess that person.
That, any questions at all over any of that?
Let's do a break.
Get Mr. Dewar when we get back.
Wait. Yeah, cruising, everybody just goes.
we'll move into training, all things training and training division. And so that's gonna be my presentation up here. You can see some of the highlights. Big thing is gonna go over a lot of the programs, a lot of what I do and what I've been doing in the training world, just a little bit of a background in it. I started with the training division in 2017 when we had our R&R grant. Took over for at the time Lieutenant Nick Tyler, and Chief Tacey was the training chief in 2017, and then was in the grant for almost 6.5 years. And wrote another grant, and the big highlight right now is the training division's FTEs got cut in half last June, and so we eliminated that position of the R&R lieutenant / training lieutenant. So right now it's just me as the official person in charge of training, but I'm relying heavily on the rest of the whole department who's doing trainings on the company level and then also in the volunteer ranks. And so this is just pulled out of the job description for the training chief. Main priority that I do is really coordinating training for the crews on the volunteer and career ranks, working with external partners, talking on the phone and coordinating with our neighbors at other fire departments, community colleges, and then I'm staying up to date on all the federal and safety and regulations that are out there. So I'm really kind of a visual person, and probably the best way to kind of look over all of our programs was I kind of expanded our org chart for our training division, and probably the best way to, for me in my head, to wrap my head around all of the different pieces of our volunteer ranks that are underneath the training chief. So if you see at the top, there's a training chief, that's me, and then my side role as part of my responsibilities, also the health and safety officer, so coordinating with our safety committee, and then also Samaritan Health, who's our occupational medicine provider. Underneath that, directly reporting to the chief of training is our volunteer ranks. And so we have operational volunteers. That term is really your traditional volunteer firefighter. And so those are the firefighters that are volunteers. Next to them, you'll see that term fire corps. Those are our support volunteers. And so they're not combat, they don't go in and fight fire. There are support ranks. And then next to them are medical students. Those are the wheelies, we call them. That's our alliance with Comp Northwest. And then over there on the end, those are our resident volunteers. And so right now we cut that program in half. Last year we had 6 student residents. Now we only have 3 residents, 1 on each shift. The numbers kind of correspond to how many volunteer members we have in each one of those categories. I kind of want to highlight my big area of concern, and really it's been our concern why we started the R&R grant years ago, is our ability to respond in the rural. And so if you look at 32, 33, 34, 35, those numbers are dwindling for our volunteer members out there. Another interesting thing is, even though they say firefighters, a lot of those folks out there, they're not eligible to go inside the structure to fight fire. And so for various reasons that they're not able to do that, we still allow them to go on the outside, and they're called exterior only firefighters, but they're not a full-fledged firefighter that go inside. And so a handful of those members out in our role are that way. Here at 31, we still have pretty good numbers, pretty good response out of Station 31 of the 20 firefighters. And then it just kind of dwindles down that way. Another program that we have on our operational side is our tender and apparatus operator volunteers. And so these folks strictly are just, we think, drivers. So they're just driving our big rigs, our water on structure fires and getting them to the scene. And so they're not allowed to go into the burning buildings, but they provide water for us. And so we just had this happen, fire with BC Kibble this week, where we had really good response, and we had volunteers on the road bring that on a rural fire, where on the way to the fire, we knew we weren't going to be able to lay a tail to that structure because it was 4,000, 5,000 feet long. And so we rely heavily on our tender shovels. So water tenders coming in and really just driving and trucking water in, so we have water to put out a structure fire. A little highlight on our volunteer firefighters on the operational side. How they start is they go through what's called a fire academy. So that's a 2-month-long academy, and so we can bring someone who has no experience, and we put them through our fire academy. Those are 16 different academy days. We run 2 of those academies a year, one in the spring and one in the fall. That's how I got started, and that's how a lot of folks in the fire service that we hire get started through our basic fire academy. After their initial training's over, then we kick them loose to their volunteer officers. And depending on where they live is how they get assigned to our 5 different stations. And so if they live out in the Berlin area or in the Lacombe area, that's who they're going to get tied into, is that specific officer that's out there in that area. And we have different ranks. Most common is our firefighter rank. And then we have some drivers, our apparatus operators is at AO. And then we have our officers, which are lieutenants or captain rank on the volunteer side. Interesting thing enough about our volunteers is they actually get paid. So every time I talk to a volunteer that comes in the recruitment, they are surprised that they're actually eligible for any type of compensation. But in Oregon, there's only 2 different volunteer avenues that you can actually get paid for, and that is firefighting and then EMS. And so we fall as a fire department along those lines. And so our program is called a nominal stipend, where it's just a $10 per event. And that event can be drill night, that's 3 hours long. That event can be a lift assist call, that's only 15 minutes long. And so it doesn't matter on the time, it's just about the event. And so our volunteers get $10, those get paid out quarterly. And so they get a stipend check for our volunteers, and that helps with gas for to and from trainings and whatnot. The other benefit that they have is what's called a LOSAP. And so that is actually a volunteer retirement program, a length of service program. And how our program is written is to be eligible for that to retire, which actually tonight we have a retirement going on with Lieutenant Rainheimer tonight at 1900, 7 p.m. He's retiring from our volunteer ranks, and he has 30 years of service, so he's eligible to pull his LOSAP money out. In the volunteer LOSAP program, the minimum years that you need is 10 years, and then you're eligible to pull your money out for LOSAP. And that volunteer stipend amount is for our operational volunteers, then also our support volunteers as well. So they're both eligible for that amount. Speaking of support volunteers, our program is called Fire Corps. And so Fire Corps came over from TIP. So there was a Lynn County TIP program, and they came over from a countywide program, and what they struggled with was funding. And so we had the ability to bring them in under our umbrella in 2016, so about a decade ago, that we brought them in. And what they provide for us is they are firefighter rehab. And so what that is on scene, they set up, actually there's a photo of them right there, they set up blood pressure areas. And so when firefighters come out of a burning building, we send them straight to rehab and they get checked up on, they get a medical checkup on. So essentially they're just doing basic vital signs with them, and then they have a QR code, they have a code, basically if their vital signs are outside of a different level, then we have an actual paramedic check on our responders. And that's kind of come to find out, that's actually a requirement from the state that we actually require to provide firefighter rehab on incidents for structure fires, and also for wildland scenes as well. The other side of the coin, what Fire Corps does is they are also trained in emotional and practical support, and they're on call 24/7 to go respond to really our death and dying, kind of our worst calls that we have. And they go and they kind of liaison with the family. They talk with the family, get them through the crisis on scene part of it, and then they give them resources. And what those resources look like is maybe they need access to the funeral home, they don't know who to call, maybe they need Red Cross, maybe their house burned down. And so there's different resources that our Fire Corps members are trained in, and that they provide to our community members. What their training looks like for our support is they meet the 3rd Thursday of every month, so they just meet once a month for their training, and we have a training calendar lined out for our support volunteers for the Fire Corps throughout the year. Our medical students, and so our alliance with Comp Northwest also started about the same time, about 2017. We had a firefighter named Nathan Kessler that came in. He was already an EMT, and he came in, started volunteering with us, and we realized he was a medical student. down at the medical school. I just came into town. And we actually got talking with him. He integrated this program called Western Lebanon Fire Emergency Alliance. And what it looks like is every year we get a new batch of medical students that are coming from all over the country. This year's group are from New York, Florida, a lot of Colorado, and then Arizona. And so they come and they live in Lebanon, they go to medical school. And then they're actually required to do what's called CSL, Community Service Learning Project. And so they actually have to go into the community, do community service hours. And with our program, we're a designated site for them to do those hours. And so the 5 members that are part of our support wheelie group this year, they get their hours done through Comp Northwest, but then they also give back to the community. Because a lot of them have EMS training. And what that looks like is we utilize them doing medical Mondays. And so they come in, they'll actually teach our volunteers some EMS skills and EMS presentations. And then we have the ability to use some of their facilities. And so our next medical Monday is actually going to be in their simulation lab, which is at the medical school. And so our crews get access into Comp Northwest and use their state-of-the-art facility, which is a win-win for us. Another thing that the medical students are a part of that we've utilized in the past is they aid in different types of research for us. They wrote a white paper with Chief Casey a few years ago about kind of the state of the rural healthcare in Oregon. And so they're a great support role for us, and they give back by requiring them to do their CSL hours, but they also respond. Our RV program, this historically the term interns, and so the modern form of this was created in 2009, our student program. I know this because that's when I got enrolled in the program, and so Chief Sipe at the time was the lead for our RV program. And our students that's exactly what they are, is their main priority is to go to school full time. So when they have class, they're out of here, a lot of times they're up at Chemeketa, they're getting their training. And then when they're out of class, they just pull the rest of their shift. And so they're assigned to either A, B, or C shift and 1 intern. The big kind of utilization that we use for them is once we get their training on board and they're in our operation system, we utilize them heavily as riding backwards as firefighters or as a third hand of our ambulances. And so they get put to work, and so they get their schoolwork paid for by this program. They're able to live at the station if they need room and board. And then they also gain all these different certifications and experiences to get hired. And so the goal of the program is that within a year, we have firefighter EMTs that are hireable. The program is up to 4 years, and with a lot of folks who get their EMT, they keep going to school and get their paramedic. And so the whole program is built on our folks getting paramedic, and it's really a pipeline for our members to have a good recruitment pool to hire from. As a health and safety officer, what that looks like for me is we have once a month safety meetings, and so I lead those. And then in addition to that, I'm in coordination with Samaritan Health for our occupation physicals. And so we have members every year that have to do an NFPA physical to keep standard on their health. And so the district pays for these physicals for our members. And then anytime we have a new firefighter that comes on board, we also put them through one of these physicals. What that looks like in the pay wise, that's almost a $900 medical bill that the district pays in order to be a firefighter. And that makes sure that they're healthy enough to perform the duties of firefighting. Other safety committee items that I'm in charge of is going around and signing off fire extinguishers, doing monthly checks on those, our eyewash station, charge logs, our annual physical agility test, that's at LPAT up there, and then near miss and accident reporting paperwork.
Oh, and dealing with those shifts, they show up.
And yeah, don't jinx me on that, doing those shit. Other OHA inspections, and that's wheelhouse now as well. And so now moving over to, those are kind of just the programs, and then this is more kind of the paperment requirement. A lot of the training requirements where I was in training for almost 7 years, but I didn't deal directly with DPSST and some of the other programs for our maintenance of training. And so I'm quickly got introduced to how that works and the flow of that, and so we'll dive into that area. Also in charge of making sure our district's training and drill facilities are maintained. We're really fortunate to have, I mean, in our backyard, we have really state-of-the-art training facility here that was built by Chief Fitzwater and his design, and then all of our other training props and materials. We work really hard where we are self-sufficient for bringing on new firefighters. So we're able to bring them on and put them through academy, and we don't necessarily have to rely on training from the outside. So we have instructors trained in-house, and that not only saves some money, but then it also gives our members the opportunity to do trainings. So coordinating training, and then meeting with the different chiefs and going over SOGs in the middle of, and having input on EMS standing orders. And then also in charge of conducting fire academies, both full-time and volunteer members. So those academies, I briefly talked about that. Those are about 100 hours, and those are twice a year for our volunteer ranks. We started doing those with other agencies. And so Lebanon Fire District, we take lead on the multi-agency academy, but we partner closely with Halsey Shed, and we use their training facilities as a host site along with Brownsville, and we've done in the past Sweet Home as well. And so those members, along with sometimes Tangent and sometimes Monroe Fire, they'll send members, and then we conduct the academy. A majority of all the classes are here in this room. On the career side, these academies are going to be more irregular. It's whenever we have a hiring process. And so for me, that happened in January. And so we put our 3 new hires through a full-time fire academy, and then one of the members in an EMS academy. And those range from 80 to 240 hours, just depending on the skill of the firefighter that was hired and the group of it, and other time constraints that we might have. Some bigger fire departments, they'll go 2 full month academies, or they'll do 3-month academies. But for us, if we want to get these new hires boots on the ground and give them those seats, because we've been short in some of our apparatuses. Training maintenance side, here's a list of just the training classes that we're able to teach in-house, and that we have instructors that are able to teach these classes. And so over on the left of just our fire trainers that we have, so we're able to put folks through firefighter 1, firefighter 2, and hazmat, and all the way down to some specialty technical rescue classes. And then over on the right is our engine boss and our wildland side. And actually BC Suing just got done doing an engine boss class, and so we did that engine boss class in-house. Something to note is all those certifications, you got to maintain those hours. And so to be accredited through DPSST is a voluntary thing, but us as Lebanon Fire District, we voluntarily say, yes, we're going to be accredited through DPSST. And so with that, we have to make sure every firefighter has a minimum of 60 hours. If they have more training or more certs, they might have to have more hours than that, but the minimum for our career and volunteer firefighters is 60 hours. And we track that on a digital training program called Target Solutions. On the EMS side, there's also training hours that we have to maintain. And so every 2 years, we have to recertify for our different types of licenses. And so most common for us is paramedics. And so we have a training program set up where we have 24 hours of training and field training every year. So that way we hit those 40 hours and certify as a paramedic. Interesting note in Oregon, you probably heard this before, but you're also required once you get your EMT paramedic to also have an associate degree with that. And so that's some upfront training that's required just in Oregon. Once you get your national paramedic in Oregon, you don't need your national to recertify. And so once you become a paramedic that's licensed with associate degree, you'll get awarded your national. But then after that, if you don't keep it, so a lot of folks drop their national cert, but they'll keep their Oregon paramedic cert. And then there's the list of the different hours that we have to maintain for folks to recertify. Jumping into another hat that in this division that I'm used to, but that is really important, is the R&R world. And so it's an ongoing recruitment retention. Is part of the job, both on the full-time side and the career side, where it's really about building relationships and keeping those relationships solid. And so this is just pulled right out of the job description, but really it's working in these relationships with members and seeing what needs they have. And speaking of needs, on the recruitment side, we're always looking for the rural firefighters out in the rural areas. And in addition to that is the tender operator program and our support volunteers. Members on our support volunteers come and go. And right now, our real support need is our emotional side. And we only have 2 to 3 responders that are able to actually respond on our emotional practical support side. And so I have a couple applications in the queue of people in the process to come on board. And speaking about the process of becoming a volunteer, it's kind of HR heavy. And so when Darlene Smith was here, we joked about we created Dar's list. And now Des doesn't know it, but now it's called Dez's list. And so we had it up to 67 different check boxes of just HR, of just paperwork things that we had to run a volunteer through to get them on board so they're official member of the district. And those vary from background checks to interviews to get them on our insurance to the different payroll stuff. And so the HR paperwork, that's really a time suck that I have when I have to go through and make sure that all that HR work just for one volunteer. And then when we're bringing on 8 to 10 for Volunteer Academy, it just backs up on the workload. Other recruitment on the career side is the big thing is we've heard about this before, but it's just the skilled paramedics and having paramedics come in. And we can train them on the fire side, but we can't train the paramedic side in-house. That's something that get through community college. And then also having a workforce that is skilled. We hire a lot of folks that are just straight out of high school. They're young and they might not have the background that firefighters did in the past. When I came on board, it seemed like everybody has some other type of skill or business on the side, and they just had working general basic common sense knowledge, which we're finding that we're going to have to train a lot of people to do basic stuff as they come on board. Part of that pipeline for recruitment on the full-time ranks, and Mackenzie Crenshaw is really the highlight of this program. She was in the first year of it, is our EMR class at the high school. And so with Mrs. Rainey, we have an EMR class that goes a full year for juniors or seniors. And our firefighter, Nicole Sonneman, is the lead instructor for that class. So she'll go in and coordinate with Miss Rainey, and they'll put them through their EMR actual testing. So they do all the paperwork and classes, and then at the end of the year coming up, they have an actual sit-down test where they can get certified as a EMR. In Oregon, the ages have to be over 16 to be an EMR. So that's a program that has garnered a lot of success for members that have gone through the program in high school. And what it does is it really exposes them to the EMS side. Because if you want a career in the fire service here in the Valley, then you're going to have to be able to perform on the EMS side and enjoy EMS because it's ingrained into what we do. Some of the challenges, and so this was always an ongoing thing when I was in R&R, because I would go to different R&R classes taught by the National Volunteer Association and the International Fire Chiefs. And they would never give me like a really good number for like, what am I supposed to shoot for retention wise? Like I bring a firefighter on, but then how long are they supposed to stay on? How long are they supposed to go? And so it was always this nebulous number. And so for us, I think we do a pretty good job of keeping on folks who want to be volunteers, who just want to be volunteers. Folks who want to get into the fire service as a career, which is predominantly but a lot of the folks that we're recruiting now, they want to get into this because they want it as a career. And so they're only here for a few years and then they get hired and picked up somewhere. But for folks who have a job and they're happy doing their other job and just want to come and volunteer, then we have to do a pretty good job keeping them on board. One of those members, he's a member of Sherwin-Williams, Nathan McNeely, and he's worked for Sherwin-Williams for 20 years and he just lives in town and wants to come down and volunteer. And he's pushing close to 5 years coming on as a member for us. Other challenges is just the time constraint for trying to convince people to come down and spend at least one night a week of their life down here training. But then in addition to that, all the other extra trainings outside of that, and then to get them to respond on calls is also a challenge. The easy part for me was like, I can get people through the door, but then to have them engaged to continue their training and then continue with the culture of the fire department, and there's so much learning post academy. That's where the struggle is. And that's where the drop off is to keep people engaged, interested. On the career side, this is kind of a sad note for me personally, but it's really accepting that here at Lebanon, we've become kind of a stepping stone department, which was totally different when I started. It took me 6 years of training, really hard to get hired for one spot. I think in 6 years, we only hired 2 full-time members, and you just never see anybody leave. When you're at Lebanon, for the most part, they were career members. And that turnover has quickly changed here in the last decade. And trying to do the math in my head, we only have, I think from Kyle onward, Kyle and Unruh and Perkins back there, we only have maybe 4 or 5 people on our line that have been here more than 8 years. And so our career workforce on the line is really young. And so I'll talk about that for some challenges on that aspect of training. But for the 90-to-10 ratio, real quick, in Oregon, what that is 90% of fire departments in Oregon are like Lebanon. They're either all volunteer or combination. And so you have 10% of the fire departments are all career. And so all these career fire departments are using a lot of kind of the feeder system, these smaller departments, to offer better incentives to poach people from us. And so whether that's pay, whether that also is their schedule, and it's stuff that here at Lebanon that we're not able to offer and keep up with the larger cities.
Volunteers beyond the $10 and the LOSP, are
Mhm.
there any other perks, like do they get fed when they come to train? Things like that.
Other perks, so we do offer an annual state feed. And so we have an annual volunteer appreciation night. One of the items that we worked really hard, and this was feedback from these national classes about volunteer retention, is when they come on board, they want to feel included. And that's just as simple as looking the same as our career folks. And so uniforms are provided. And so our policy right now is they'll come on board and they get the t-shirt and hat, which is typical for their first year. But if they're able to make it through that first year, then we issue them a full Class B uniform. Just because it's so expensive. The uniform that we're wearing, that everyone in our Class B uniform here, when you add it all together, is close to $800. And that depends on your boots. Throw your boots in, and this Class B here is about $1,200 for our uniform.
We'll talk about that when I get up to that stuff.
Yeah. You got PPE too?
Yep.
Yeah, and so,
That shirt he's got on is $110 by itself.
yeah,
Without no badges.
For what?
For that shirt.
no,
Nobody does it like, and cool you like in Back to the Future?
yeah,
No,
I wish.
no, keep
No.
that.
And he'll cover it all. I'll stay in my lane on that. But the benefits, and we talked about funding avenues, the benefits of the recruitment, the R&R grant was also all the uniforms and PPE and the lieutenant for R&R was paid for through the grant for the most part. And so there's a lot of issues, but folks who feel included, they look like us. And so the big takeaway was you couldn't tell a volunteer from a career firefighter. We're all one team. We're all Lebanon Fire District. And that's what the background or the purpose of it having everybody the same
This
was.
thing didn't cost more than 65.
Yeah.
I was gonna get a new one, but not if they're 100 a pop. I'm not this, I'm not wearing it today. Sorry, I'm trying not to wear the LFP or something this much. Yeah.
Jackets.
There was a training
Yeah.
recently because someone did something dumb.
Yeah.
That's good, because I can't get those coats anymore. They stopped making.
These
Yeah.
ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they don't cost $100.
That's nothing, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Sorry.
Yeah, so
Easy there, but easy.
Sorry. Sorry.
there's other avenues. I see Kyle back there chuckling because of different stuff. We always joke like in the emergency services, the price of stuff is it'd be the same, our biggest is our fog machine story. How you can have a special fire service trainer fog machine, that's 4 times the price of what you get off Amazon. Same with the same smoke, and so stuff is, it's interesting, it doesn't make sense. There's maybe some built-in extra safety standards for stuff, but a lot of the prices are getting out of hand. And fire apparatus, as we all know, is one of those as well that are taking demand. But on the retention challenges as well, I thought this was interesting. These are some data points from the IFC, so the International Fire Chiefs, is annual turnover just on the career side in Oregon. I thought was interesting for rural combination departments. It's up to 25% of members, which for us, it's like, man, we're kind of along those lines, which is, it's just hard for me to realize that when I started and everyone, it seemed like they were there forever. They never left once you were a firefighter. And then national average, that's about the same for our rural departments. And then volunteer tenure as well for eight years average, may lead 2 to 3. And I would say that's after we get them and they're on board for a year. The unfortunate part of volunteers is all the external forces. I've had a lot of folks that come on and they just have to leave because of work or family, or they're in the military and now they're in Hawaii. And so they'll come on board and they're excited. And then there's a lot more movement of people locally, or at least when I thought I grew up, all my friends kind of stayed here, but a lot of people, a lot of families are moving in and out of our community. And then kind of rolling that into some of our strengths, what we provide. And so I hit on the uniforms and PPE for our volunteers, and some of the volunteer aspects of retention strength. Something I don't have up there, but I think is really good, is just we have an officer corps in our volunteer ranks, which not every volunteer department might have that. I've seen more and more in combination fire departments, they're calling their volunteers as just like reservists, kind of like the National Guard. Like they're the reserve crew and they just come in when needed. But we definitely have a volunteer culture of our officers who go out and they're texting and talking to their members and trying to get them developed, which is really important. On the career side, same things happening with advancement opportunities and specialty training. We have a development program and that our LTs are really involved with, and they're ingrained into that program of trying to get our younger members of experience up to speed and get their sign-offs done. We also offer different specialty trainings. Firefighter Graf there in the back, he signed up for our hazmat tech. And so we have hazmat technicians, we have row ops and technicians in-house, and then we do swift water rescue, and then also some confined space training for our retention strengths in there. And then along those lines, there's different incentive programs for full-time members, whether they're SCBA techs, SCBA program, or on their home hazmat team. So there's other specialty incentive programs. Speaking of that, on that employee development program, this is really a pathway for a new firefighter who comes on in, and this workbook essentially they can take with them until they're sitting in one of these chief roles. And so it's a step-by-step flow chart that here's all the checkoffs, you just got to do the work and put in the time. And there's actually a pathway, and I can't take credit for it. I have to give it to along with stuff, the Chief of Water for developing this program, for really developing our members and having a pathway. And I want to say that's how really we're able to be really nimble as a department on the career side, and we bring people in really quick and then we train them really quick and get them up to speed, is because we have a plan and we have this development program that people are using. What that looks like is once they get their checkoffs done on a specific task, then they do a final checkoff with 3 approved members. And so Lieutenant Perkins, he's one of those members, along with every shift has a member that will check someone off. And so it's not just one person pencil whipping someone through this. They have to go through multiple different checks to make sure that they know how to drive the ladder truck, how to pump water on their engines, or get checked off on their EMS skills. So it's a program that I'm really proud of, and it makes the training job really easy in that aspect to get people moving forward. And then along those lines, we have the ability to teach all those classes I said before. And then also, this is a newer thing that when I started as a paramedic, we did not offer these more advanced classes in-house. And so Lieutenant Perkins and along all the EMS instructors have started teaching PALS, which is pediatric specific ALS trainings. and advanced cardiac life support trainings, and then trauma classes in-house for our members. And so as you go through paramedic school, these were required to take to be a paramedic, but then we never had the capability to offer those in-house. And so you got to be certified as an instructor and then teach them. And so you have to go someplace else to get these. And these were never a minimum requirement here at Lebanon, but now we're training all of our paramedics and EMTs to put them through this like higher level of training rather than just their basic research hours. Along the lines of certified instructors, kind of mentioned that from this list of all the different classes, but we just have a very good cadre, different groups of firefighting, pumping, rescue, hazmat specialty classes. One program that I haven't talked about that is a newer program that we've had the last couple of years is our drone program. And so firefighter Bert French with Station 33, he's taken lead on that. And he is like the manager of our drone program. So we have, I think, 9 pilots now. And those pilots all had to go through their Part 107 class, which is through the FAA. And they are actually certified, SUS is what they're called, but they're unarmed or unmanned aerial systems. For getting us eyes in the sky. And on various fires, having that as another resource where the VCs can show up and now they can get heat signatures from above, puts our crews in better safety and it's more situational awareness on the commander side for whether they're going to do strategies and tactics. And so I wanted to let you guys know about that program and how successful that is, that we have the drone is on our battalion chief rig and it's going to every first alarm scene and can get launched in the air if a pilot is there to fly it. So that was a lot of talk, and now this is just some pictures at the end of just data. And so looking at different certificates issued in the last few years by the training division. And so these were interesting. They were all really close, from 61 to 64 different certifications that we certified folks through DVSST. And so that's kudos to Lieutenant Perkins, myself was part of it, and then also Chief Fitzwater for putting these folks through all these certificates through the years. Other hours of training, just on the fire side, these are the thousands of hours of fire training that we've just documented at Lebanon in our target solution. But this is just documented numbers that we have between our volunteer and career ranks. And then on the EMS side, here's the documented amount of hours on our EMS training. And then as you notice over at 2025, it seems like our EMS hours have doubled, and I can almost guarantee it's because of our ACLS, our PALs, and now we're teaching those classes, CPR training a lot in-house, because each one of those classes are 8 to 20 hours long and really increasing our EMS skills. Part of this position as well is forecasting out an annual training calendar. And so a lot of colors, but essentially just keeps my brain sane for what we're going to be training on this month, when now I'm already looking towards April and May for training because we're in the middle of March now. And so that keeps me on path for our training calendar for 2026. And then all of those get branched out, and now I'm tracking our matrix for monthly training. And so just real quick snapshots from the month from Target Solutions. And so we have total hours on the top of hours trained each month. And this starts here in, this is November, December, January, and this was last month of February. And then there's different extra classes that we do. And I'm just trying to track these and put key highlights and then send them out to the members, because our training, it's a lot of work and how busy we are doing the calls. But it's needed. And with how young our full-time staff is, and even some of our volunteers, we have to put in the time and have to get them trained up to maintain that level of response readiness.
So Russell, the numbers up there on top, like 819, is that man hours or?
That's man hours that they put in for training. And so when I run the report, it'd be like Kyle Kemper did 3 hours for pumper. And so that's each hour that we had for folks out there training. And this is in addition to squeezing it in when we're busy on calls, as Chief Fitzwater was talking about. And so kudos to our crews for going out and making sure this training happens. A lot of times I'll have training scheduled, but I might not get to it until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the call stopped. And so trying to get squeeze training in on calls is also a challenge for me, because I can schedule I want, but our priority is incident response. And so it's kudos to the crews as well for being flexible and maintaining those different hours. Yeah, and really that's kind of in a nutshell. I threw up some division goals at the end, but really it's just making sure that our crews are trained and that they're competent and that they're skilled and that they're able to function in their roles. Because as an all hazard department, that's where it's tough. It's like, well, what do you train on? It could have X, Y, or Z happen tomorrow. And so having a plan and just doing, a wide range of training to meet our all hazards and prioritizing that is kind of my goal, as I build the training out these next 5 years. Any questions? Training world?
Do we receive any compensation for helping other agencies train?
As of right now, no. We are being kind of good stewards to our neighbors for offering, their compensation is, for Halsey Shed, for example, they're allowing us then to use their burn room while ours is getting built. And so at the end of that, we have access to their burn room, with Captain Johnson down there and Chief Hewitt. And so there's a mutual partnerships with our partners of wanting to, give back to them, they'll give back to us, kind of like a mutual aid agreement, so to speak, on the training
I
side.
think that's one of the key important things always that Russell mentioned is mutual aid. Because it allows us to dictate how the people around us that we interact with are trained versus relying on the standards of another department. And when they come over into our agency, we don't really know, okay, what are their standards, they just pencil whip something out. And in the past, coming from training, and I'm sure when Mark was in training, he's seen some of that. In the past, I think that was kind of an issue. So as we started driving, doing these joint academies over the year, I think it just helps strengthen the caliber of the people that we receive mutual aid from, because we're driving that training.
Another question is, combined with the stair step, nature of LFD, would there be any way to put a little bit of like a poison pill or a buyout where, you haven't been here for 2 years after LFD certified you, whatever agency takes you, they got to pay $5,000 or something like that?
So in the state of Oregon, some of this comes from the police, right? So police departments, yes, they have to do that. But police departments are required to have their officers go through the DPSST program. And there's a cost associated with that police department. Us meeting DPSST standards is purely voluntary. So we could come up with our own standards, and there's some departments out there that still do that. But because it's not required by statute or law, and because we voluntarily do it, no, there's not. I guess I'd say it would be nice.
Yeah, in the past, the one caveat to that is if we're paying for someone to get their paramedic for training, it's a job requirement. And then we're paying for them to get their paramedic, and we've signed contracts in the past that you gotta stick around for X amount of years, until it's all paid back.
Thank you.
You're up next.
Thanks, Russell.
Oh, I can read your font now.
That's just right there on the right hand side, just there by the.
I probably can't hold myself with my vision, so. I have notes, I need to keep notes, because I'll squirrel and go different directions, and so this will kind of keep me on track, as we go through this. Basically, what I put together today is a budget update on where we were, where we are today, and where we're going. And there are some concerns that we need to review and just understand. But certainly from a budgetary standpoint, we've got some things that we're gonna have to know. We've had a lot of growth and challenges since we started in 1884 when they had that. Our first budget was in 1916 was only $1,283 compared to the 15.3 million that we have today. So I actually looked up to see what did that actually represent in today's money. It was like $36,000, which was kind of a surprise to me. So it's really not that much, but we have a whole lot more than what they were using back in the day. So in the 90s, our revenue, we had a lot of challenges that came into play with the 90s. They introduced the measures 5 and 50, which capitated our property tax revenue. In 1992, the ambulance went from a reasonable cost rate to a fee structure rate. And that also had an effect to our ambulance revenue because it actually cut it back pretty significantly from what we were seeing before. So those challenges have come into play as well. We've seen in 2016, they identified that this was starting to happen where we were, our expenses were outpacing our revenue, and we are definitely seeing that today. It's just a reality of where we are today. And we continue to look for ways to mitigate that, but it's just continuing to be a problem. What does remain the same is what we're trying to do, and that is provide a service, a valuable service to our community. And we have a fabulous staff and district that just continues to try to do that despite those challenges. So putting together the budget that shows what is our true expense versus revenue means kind of pulling out our transfers, because transfers typically will show a second accounting of money as you transfer from one. So in this example, I just put something very brief together where we've got our property tax comes in and it is a revenue to our fire. Uh-oh. Hang on. I missed something here. Sorry. Wrong thing. This thing. That's the wrong side. I touched that. Anyway, our revenue comes in from property tax and it goes directly into our fire. When our ambulance fund starts to require funds because it's just not keeping up with the revenue, we have a transfer that we send over from fire into our ambulance fund. So both of those things, it's counted when we first get it into fire, and that's really the first time. But what happens is with those expenses, those ambulance expenses have been counted also for the first time. As soon as we transfer the money into the ambulance fund, we just included more revenue again. It's not new revenue, it's just the same revenue that we've already received. But now it's going to show up as a second counting of that revenue. And that's what comes into our budget. So now we have 2 times that this revenue has come in. And that just covers our expenses that we've already spent in our ambulance fund. So again, another accounting. We've got fire as an expense to transfer to cover ambulance, which is expending the money. So it's just duplicating and it inflates it. And so when we try to explain that to people in the community, we don't really get $15.3 million. It's just really not what we have. And so that does tend to show people that, they think that we just have a whole lot more than we do. Yes.
So I know that there is a requirement for a specific type of budget that has to be published. Could we have a secondary budget that was stripped down of these? Still have the official one, like if you're looking for accounting purposes, this one, but if you're looking to understand and digest it easily, here's a simple budget.
I don't know what we're allowed to publish in that respect. I'll need to look. I think we can communicate it. I've been looking for effective ways to communicate it so that people understand how that inflates our budget so that there's that immediate understanding. But it's very difficult. I talk to people all the time and I get no real true interest in numbers, which I think are wonderful, but not everybody does. So that's the problem, is the deep dive into it is there's not a lot of interest in that. The accusation, there's a lot of interest in that, but there's not a lot of interest in the true depth of what's happening.
Right, like when we were going for the levy and they hit us over the head with the fire station.
And they'll hammer at us, again, that's just kind of what people do, unfortunately. one thing that we know is that we have a deficit, $643,000 deficit, again, just looking at revenue and expenses. Transfers have been sucked out of the number, even though it shows 15.3 million, that is our budget, but we have a deficit of 643,000 in this fiscal year. So we're gonna have to come up with something, and this isn't a temporary shortfall, this is structural, it just continues to go forward. We're not pretending we don't know about it, we're doing everything we can to mitigate it. We've got spending controls in place. Everybody looks at every penny they spend. Can we save money? Can we save money? You know, I think Cindy and I were talking just last week. We can save $100 a year if we change our postage to this as opposed to that. That's how far we go down to see how can we save money to continue moving things forward. And it's just becoming, it just becomes more and more challenging because we find those areas and then they're gone. So it's not that we're not trying. So staff is scrutinizing the dollars. Our staffing is definitely affected. In 2020, we had 43 full-time staff. Now we have 37. Removing staff, as they discussed, means removing ambulance services. And that is very, very significant. And I think the community they need to understand that. I'm not quite sure how to communicate that to them. But having less staff puts a strain on our staff. We've seen the calls and what happens with the calls with having less ambulance. We know the numbers. I think it's about letting people know. Compounding the problem with staff, we can't keep up with the market. You know, we've got markets that are so much higher paying than what we can do. Despite what we want to do, we just don't have the money to do it. And so we'll continue to seek grant opportunities, like working with Sweet Home. We'll definitely make that work in our favor, and we'll continue to look for other revenue opportunities as we keep going forward. We're not giving up, that's for sure. So this particular graph shows the outpacing of our expenses to our revenue. It represents a decade of time. It's got 6 years of history, our current fiscal year, and the 3-year projection. The revenue growth is just slower, and there's nothing that we've been able to really fix on that. Again, property taxes being our most significant revenue, as well as ambulance services. We've addressed a little bit of the ambulance services, but the expenses continue to outpace. We also know that the URD and enterprise zones, those are also, they hold back some of our property taxes. They'll eventually come to us, but there's a significant delay to that. And that delay does have an impact to our revenue, unfortunately. And so we have to suck it up, I guess, is the best way to. So
Current URDs as it stands right now, and these are 2022 numbers. Just from urban renewal districts, we are missing out on $364,000 a year in revenues, and that's not counting enterprise zones. And I don't know how to. I've been working with the city to try to figure out some of these numbers, but enterprise zones, we don't see anything for 3 to 5 years. So we always get this, well, they're building all these houses. You guys shouldn't need all this income. Well, if you look on the last page of this handout, right here, there's a map, and all that green in the city of Lebanon there is all enterprise zone. And those last 3 to 5 years. Now, talk with the city of Lebanon. City of Lebanon actually are good partners. Those can last in the state up to 5 years. State allows those enterprise zones to live up to 5 years. The city tries to get them out within 3. But that's a huge chunk of property. If you're looking at it this way, just this little tiny square down here, that's 75 acres right there. Of pure enterprise zone. To give you an idea of how much is actually in. So we're pretty much at the max of what the state allows city to put in the enterprise zones and urban renewal district.
we're trying to get control of our expenses as best we can. But there are definitely ones that are out of our control. PERS, all-time high, 40% of our wages. That's a significant impact. Insurance continues to increase no matter what we do. Why? Just kidding. We continue to see increases in all insurance, not just payroll, not just in our liabilities. Or, our property insurance, our aging infrastructure. It's Station 34. Poor Erin is trying to keep in the budget, and she's used up her budget this year because Station 34 has had so many issues. And they're urgent issues. It's not like something that we can wait. We keep putting off what we can, but we have to continue to fix it. So that's going to just continue to take more and more of our resources. Aging apparatus. We know our apparatus is aging. We're sending one out for refurbishment now. And we're just trying to keep them maintain the safety standards and operational standards that we need to make sure so that they're ready. Because of the outside agencies on the salary side of things, as they continue to increase, we continue to look worse to other agencies, and that can have an effect to retention. We saw it in recruiting and retention when we tried to hire people. We tried to show them, no, you want to come here. We're a good place to work. We're great people, and that you want to come work with us. And here's what we can show you. But people are just more interested in what's in the pocket. And I understand the reasons why, but it doesn't help us get somebody to come in and us to keep up with those salaries and wages. The population growth has another impact to us. I was looking up some of this information, and the World Population Review ranks Lebanon number 16 out of over 160 cities in Oregon. Brownsville is number 8, and that just continues to impact us. More resources, it's just our new reality, and it's not going to change because it's difficult, but it does represent a structural deficit for us to look for and try to mitigate. Our future, I like the Debbie Down. The future budget outlook on our cash flow is not good. This is taking our beginning cash balance and applying our deficits for the next few years, and it is very, very concerning. The tax anticipation note is something that we're going to have to probably look at next. Our cash carryover is not going to take us into November. That cash carryover is super important for a couple of different reasons. It actually is interest income for us of $180,000. And when we no longer have that income, that's a hit. Not only that, as we get a tax anticipation note, now we have to pay 5% interest expense on top of that. When you're looking at needing to get to November, now this is, when we get into 2930 and we need it at the beginning of the year, we're looking at a $4 million tax anticipation note, and it's going to cost us $100,000 in just interest. And that's just going to get us to November. So keeping our cash carryover is super important. Otherwise, the impact to us is truly, as of today, about $280,000. And so putting that into kind of a perspective, that's twice what we pay for EMS supplies. We're refurbishing a vehicle for $425,000. And that we had to do that over 2 years just to make that possible. It's more than our budget for vehicle maintenance and PPE combined, those two things together. One staff position is about $150,000. That's almost 2 positions. That's how big that number is. And so everything we can do to mitigate that is really important to do so that we can keep going forward and not have to lose even more money out of our budget. So yeah, the outlook is grim, but we have opportunities. We've had a couple of good news here recently. But public awareness is important. We've got to get the public on our side to understand how desperate we are to keep things in the right place so that we do not lose ambulance services, because that's what's at risk. Did you have something?
Do we have any ability to use our cash reserves in like a money market or anything like that?
No, there's a bunch of rules. I actually was looking, and even at the intermediate, through not the pool, but similar scenario, you have to go 5 years, 3 to 5 years of not touching that money to get to that intermediate level where you get a bit better interest. Well, we need it every year, so we can't do that. Oregon has rules about investing, because people were agencies were losing money. They lost their budget, and so they've actually put in blocks for that, so that you can't really invest in the same way, but you can go through the pool and you can do some other things along those lines, but you are pretty limited, as to what we can do.
That was pretty popular back in the nineties and early 2000s. And there was some cities that went defunct in California. I don't know if you remember that, but they went defunct. And it was because they were taking their pool of money and investing it, and then when the stock market crashed, they were without the ability to pay, so.
Well, as I understand, it, that's also part of the problem with PERS, is they were anticipating way higher returns, and, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
One possibility is a levy, of course, we talked about it. I think it's important to get. How do we get it? I don't have those answers. We'll talk about it as a group if we decide to go that route, but we do need it. To mitigate some, to bring us back in alignment, really. It's not really just giving us more, it's just to get us back where we need to be so everything is the same. We're looking at annexation. Candace has been working on annexation a lot, trying to bring in a little bit more money. We're struggling a bit with the Department of Revenue, but I think we're making progress there. So hopefully we'll have better revenue of next year, but it's not going to be like, this huge bucket of money. We'll continue to look for federal and state grant programs. I did see in my email this week that GEMT is continuing. Thank God. They're taking that away. They've made that they've solidified that it's not going away. And so that was
This year.
good.
For this next
No,
year.
they've written it into law, actually, what I read was that they've written it in so that they kind of can't. They've made it very difficult.
At the state level, but at the federal level, it could go away.
Read it again, and I will too, but I thought it meant that, okay, it's here to stay. When I was looking at it, but I'll look at it again, and Blake did some interpretation as well.
That was the state,
Your first came up on it.
I'm sorry, that was, so it's how the state received money from the feds. And that was gonna go away, and they changed how that process was at the state. So we still can receive those funds because of that change. If the funds are available federally. So at the state level, we're good, but at the federal level, it's always,
And they're looking at things federally, they're right, more support for rural areas, sorta, I mean,
well, it's all CMS money. That comes out of the CMS bucket.
there's just, there's no, gold at the end of the rainbow here. It's just what can we do to get there? We'll continue to look for technology grants, different things that have been paying for some of our infrastructure, radios, that sort of thing. We'll continue to seek those out so that we don't have the expense of that. And that will certainly help. Same with our fleet management, maybe we can find more grants in that as well. What I do know, working here, it can be done. We can do this together, even with the community. I believe we can get the message to the community by letting them know just how serious it is, but the mission here hasn't changed. We're here to help. That's what we need them to help us to do. If we can't get the community to help us, then it's a big mountain to climb to try to get where we need to go. Does anybody have any questions? Sorry. First level of everybody in this room.
Right, you gotta end with like a picture of a puppy or something.
That's been a good idea.
Hank Davis.
So the board need a break before we go on to the next match, or?
Yeah, let's take 5.
Right.
They can move on. They go dry some gears.
thus far, all 3 shifts, the volunteers, and then our management group. And what it is just really, it's kind of identifying how we're doing internally, what we can look for externally. And so you see we have sheets up on the walls here. And so strengths and weaknesses, the strengths are internal, like what is Lebanon Fire District doing right? What things I mean, you had a chance to sit through all of this thus far. What do you feel as a board that we're doing right? And then weaknesses, where are we weak? Completely organizationally, are we weak? And then opportunities and threats are external. So what do we see as an opportunity externally? We've talked a lot about grants and those other things. Maybe there's something we don't know about that you do. And then threats, the same thing, what outside, and we've had things like legislation, kinds of others, don't want to give you too many. Okay. So with this, I'm gonna have Aaron, would you mind scribing for them?
Sure.
And all you guys gotta do, I'm gonna time it, each one 5 minutes. And I'll just rotate you every 5 minutes, and we'll start with strengths. Aaron will scribe for you, and just the 3 of you can go over, everybody else will just hang out while you guys are going through that with Aaron.
Yes.
And then I'll compare your stuff to what everybody else has come up with so far, so.
Yeah, so.
With that, I'll have you guys head over there, and then you guys can start giving Aaron some ideas.
So.
Everybody else, man, take a break.
So, I can get 36, so swap back over.
I know.
See.
Hi, Robbie, we're muted right now for doing the SWOT analysis. We'll unmute here in a few minutes.
Okay. Standardization.
Oh, not just.
Well, you guys stay close.
That's why, before y'all sat down.
Okay.
Plan to go stay.
We ready to go?
Yep, go for it.
Burn through it fairly quick.
Yep.
So training, we have great training facility, we have great training personnel, this is a focus in our district, it's a strength for us. Family feeling and culture, like the family feeling just stands out for anybody coming in, and the camaraderie that comes from it is definitely a strength. Ties into personnel, we have great people, it's a strength. Equipment maintenance, this ties in also to forward thinking down there. We have a great approach to response readiness, and so I'm gonna kind of knock off three at once. Like, we think about the challenges that are coming down the pipeline, how we have to be ready to stay response ready 3 years from now, 5 years from now. Love that focus on it. Facilities, brand new, beautiful station, and we work well to maintain our stations. We talked about forward thinking, response readiness being a big focus. Flexibility, it does not feel like we have silos in the Lebanon Fire District. People are ready to help each other out. It's not, oh, this is my job, that's your job. It's, here's what we need to get done. How can I help get that done? Then ISO rating, that's reflective of what a good job we've done responding to emergencies. We have a great ISO rating, which also helps people like us because the insurance is cheaper. Weaknesses, revenue base. Now we have a structural deficit. Staffing levels, Mostly due to our revenue issues, we do not have enough staff. We have great people, we need more of them. Less experienced employees, lack of life experience, we have people that were great aging out, also taking institutional knowledge with them, so loss of institutional knowledge. They're being replaced by people who are just fresh. And you have to earn your experience, you have to earn institutional knowledge, you have to earn life experience. And when you see people who've been here forever, who have their tenure leaving, and they're being replaced by people who are, still earning their stripes, these are just part and parcel of that. High mileage medic units, the more you run your rigs, the less likely they're going to be dependable. Drop of skin in the game. I want to really expand on this because when I talk about this is we used to have kind of like family dynasties in our emergency services. You had people who grew up in Lebanon, knew Lebanon, had roots in Lebanon. That's not so much the case anymore. You have a lot more of a transient workforce where they're not maybe going to take as many hits to stay in Lebanon and help out Lebanon. They might be more focused on what do these other opportunities outside of Lebanon mean for me and my family. And then decreased volunteerism, like the slide said, over a 70% drop in volunteerism since 2022. People just aren't as willing to sacrifice and give back for others. I'm gonna do what Aaron did, and we're gonna go to threats first and end on opportunities, because that's more fun. That's my puppy picture right there. So we've got poached personnel. It's tough. We have great people. We do great training. Other departments and agencies can pay more. That's going to be a threat as long as those factors remain the same. Public scrutiny. It's never been easier for what you do to be captured and scrutinized by armchair EMS and firefighters that think that they know more. Social media goes hand in hand in that. Like it just allows people to come up with an impression and then run around and share it regardless of how poorly informed it is. The old saying, like the lie is halfway around the world before the truth is finished putting on its shoes. Price of equipment, apparatus, all things to do business. I wanted to say that this was private equity, but that was voted down. Everything's going up in price. No matter, like, I still can't get over the $1,200 uniforms. Anywho, unfunded liability of the state. They keep giving regulations to us and not helping us out anywhere. Lack of legislative priority for rural Oregon or EMS. Not only are they giving us a lot of burden, they're just not making us a priority, even though EMS, like ambulance service, is considered an essential service and overall healthcare is considered a constitutional right. They're still not investing in these. They're still not making them a big enough priority. Increased severity of wildland calls. Just really increased severity and frequency of calls in general. The calls are getting worse and they're getting more frequent. And population growth, we're growing, we're attracting people. Over to opportunities, changing that legislative focus, figuring out how to make us have a bigger seat at the table and be a squeakier wheel so they stop putting burdens on us and start giving us more support. Community engagement and support. And ties into social media down here. We do have the ability to tell our story better to our community, get more buy-in, and that's going to be a huge need for us to tackle, not just for being able to pass a levy or get an ambulance district, but for also increasing volunteerism and just making that culture something that people enjoy. Cooperation with other departments and agencies. We have good mutual aid ties. We can continue to leverage those and help each other out and cover where we're weak so we can cover where they're weak, as it were. Ambulance district and levy, putting into place tax structures that help us get revenue. Big one being the ambulance district, as it would be permanent. Additional enterprise opportunities, so other ways that we can use what we're already doing to make more money. I tossed out there like insurance inspections. Every property gets at least a drive-by insurance inspection. High value homes get a really in-depth inspection. Commercial properties get inspections. We already do inspections, we know it well. Maybe that's an opportunity where we could figure out how to have insurance companies buy our service. But other things as well, like I had on my notes there, we have fitness and survival skill kind of built into what LFD does. Maybe you could have like private citizen boot camps where you charge them so they can feel like a firefighter for a week, get a little bit of shape, learn some life skills. Grants, leveraging technology, they're always there, but they're kind of generic. But there you go. There's our SWOT for you.
Cool, thank you. All right, just to touch on that for us, just to give you kind of where ours landed. And so like you said, we did this with all of our different groups currently, and you're gonna see that you're not very far off. So I took essentially spreadsheet everything that came across all the shifts, and then identified which ones showed up across all the different groups. And so our strengths, and I think you hit on it right off the bat. I think I heard Dale say it, our members. Our members really are what make it happen. We're running more calls with less people. That doesn't happen unless folks are turning our medic unit around, folks are taking on more responsibilities. People are doing something. We have amazing folks. Our training was number 2. Russell does a fantastic job. We get people trained up and where they need to go. Experienced. What they meant by this one on experience is kind of the opposite. They come here, they get lots of experience really quick because we run so many calls. And so just a different way to look at it. Experience came in on that. The relationships we have with our mutual aid partners. Like I said, we run the academy and we do that with everybody around us. As I go in my new role, go to meetings with Albany Fire and Corvallis. You know, we had an ops meeting here recently over in Albany, and I know the guys that are over there, you know, we have a pretty good working relationship. We went to school together with some of them, like Kevin Fulcher with Corvallis Fire. I know him pretty well. And so that makes for good relationships when you can just call and say, hey, let's go. Our facilities, we do have a beautiful new station, and Aaron's doing a great job trying to get 34 up and thing by thing that comes in, but they're getting taken care of. And so those were our strengths that came across all the different shifts. Weaknesses, and I think you hit this one as well. As one of the first ones that came up, which was our budget. And with that, staffing. You don't have a big budget, you can't increase your staffing. Do more with less means less people, which means burnout. And we're seeing this younger and younger and younger. And I remember reading an article almost 10 years ago in Gems magazine that they said the average career span for an EMS provider was 5 years. But nonetheless, I mean, when you're cranking away on the medic unit, it burns you out quick. And when I look over and Clackamas Fire has all of their stuff, and I don't have to be on that ambulance anymore. And I don't have a place to go to not be on an ambulance anymore. And those jobs are available, it's hard to compete with that.
Sorry. That loud field.
Years of service, and this one came up too in one of our weaknesses. We lost institutional knowledge. With that, we lost a lot of our AQMs, AICs. A positive of that is that most of them have moved up into different roles, into lieutenant roles, into engineer roles. But then we've got to try to bring those bottom folks back up and get them where those other folks were. And so we have lost a lot of that institutional knowledge. And then just communication. We did this one early on. This was to keep from that silo and keep communication going between all the different ranks. And not only that, within the ranks, the shifts and throughout the organization, and having that communication and ensuring that we have that across all. Opportunities, a lot of the same things, because we need to improve our community support, and getting out there and selling our message. Social media kind of ties into that one. It's a big one. I think last time, and we've done a lot of internal talk too about the buzz is a double-edged sword. It is a double-edged sword. Yeah, you can get your message out there, but the person behind the camera might be opening a beer and say, watch this. Click the button, right? So we got to be careful and don't engage with those ones that you're just not gonna, and it's gonna cause frustration. Keep it professional and try to sell our message. Grant opportunities, and we were hitting those pretty hard. Like I said, we have the rural health transformation programs coming up. The OSFM upstaffing, summer upstaffing, Safer AFG are going to be opening up soon. We're watching for all of those. So those are opportunities we have that we'll definitely be taking a good shot at anyway. And then partnerships is continue to develop partnerships. You know, we were able to do that with like Crux Rescue with the road stuff and the technician level stuff. And finding more of those type of avenues to go down. And not only that, but then just with our mutual aid partners. The Charleston 9 class is going to be taught over in Tangent here this month, and that's a fantastic, but they're doing it for free. And so we have good relationships with us. They're going to let our folks come over and sit in on that. And so continue to grow those, and even share costs whenever possible for things. And then ultimately threats. And so this is kind of the same thing as I look at yours, which is our community is growing. It's increasing call volume. Those enterprise funds or enterprise zones don't help when we're supposed to get this really big development out on Stoltz Hill and it's in an enterprise zone, which is fantastic, great. Hopefully they don't utilize it to its full extent. Funding for Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates aren't good when we're getting 30% of what we bill. Hospital merger is another big one. That one didn't come up on yours, but we're all watching that to see what impact multi-care comes in and takes. We're hoping it'll improve things, but as we shift services to one main one that's 21 miles away from us, what does that do to our services as we need to take them to the most appropriate facility? And our ambulance is running over there more because the initial care they need isn't here, it's over there. Because there is no talk of this not being a critical access hospital. This is supposed to be a critical access hospital moving forward, and they're proud of that. Legislative changes are a big one. Paid leave Oregon has been an impact across, actually the OFCA conference, that was one of the big talks, is the impact that paid leave Oregon has had and how people are utilizing that to its full extent. And then they still have sick leave bank on top of what they already used the paid leave Oregon for. And so now it's just an unfunded liability that we now have for the district. So that one is definitely hampered, not only that, but then PERS increases, costs and all that goes along with different legislative changes. And then finally, the big one is retention. What can we do to try to get funding to keep people here? We cannot compete with some of these other agencies. Can't. When I find out, Corvallis Fire Department is now comparable to Tualatin Valley. What do you do with that? I mean, you're one of the biggest departments in the state is now comparing to Corvallis. And it's like, funding wise, how do we bridge that or make that happen? That's gonna be tough. Albany's comparing to Oregon City. Clackamas. Like, good grief, how do we compare to that? We can't compare to Corvallis or Clackamas. And so those retention issues are big. And it's not like in years past, we talked about it, Russ brought it up. When I started, I tested against 70 people to get a job here. Well, now we're eking to get 5 people in to come test for us. Meanwhile, the places are open to go blitz up to a big department up north. So those are issues that we've got to figure out. And I think as we improve culture here, we can work on that, but that depends on what the person wants. So anyways, I would say on par, you guys have pretty much hit most of the things. Definitely the top 5 in each category that we were hitting there. And so what we want to do with this is as we move forward and work into our standards and cover, we have kind of a general baseline for what issues that we see, what strengths and weaknesses we have. So that's all I got for the SWOT analysis. Any questions on that? All right, shall we get back to BCs then?
Yeah. Thanks for being flexible, BCs.
We were hoping that's until 5, so.
I thought let's do it.
As you can see, we are flexible. This is what we do every day. We started out with a plan. And by the end of the day, we never got to the plan. We had 3 more plans started up. So just kind of give you guys a rundown of kind of what we do as a battalion chief for the Lebanon Fire District. Kind of how our day starts, right? So we start down every morning's a meeting with outgoing BC. We do a pass down list. Previous days events, pending transfers that are being held from the night before, appointments for the day. All 3 of us work pretty good together with our responsibilities as far as maintenance for the station, maintenance for vehicles, maintenance for radios. People come in and out of here. We can't always be here every single day, so we step up for one another and take care of those issues for us, for each other. Then we hit for callback, because usually by that time, we're out of medikits again. So then start out, go with the discussion with the lieutenants, what their plans for the day is. Projects, need training that's going on, anything that we need to get done for the day. Little shift meeting with the crew, and we'll hit for callback again because the crew left for their call. And coordinate with the vendors on the outside agencies. areas of responsibilities. For mine is vehicle maintenance, and so I'm constantly on the phone with them on which vehicles to get over there, which vehicles need to be picked up, how we're gonna get them over there, the cost of maintenance that's needed, what can we wait on, what can we, need to be done now, what are we gonna do with this? Those phone calls don't stop when I leave the station. I get those phone calls daily at home too, so, you know, there's been a couple times that I spent all day on the phone at home. My wife's just looking at me, "You done yet?" So, you know, stuff like that. And again, we'll hit for callback because we're probably out of medikits again by that time. Coordinating transfers with LCH and dispatch. So a lot of times, you know, it's not just one transfer, it's 3 or 4 transfers that are coming in at once. And then we need to have them prioritize which one's most important to them, so that we can get people out on the road to get those out of there. And then coordinating with dispatch of which transfer to send, which Medicaid to send, if we have enough staffing to send different Medicaid at the time. Oh, and then trying to maintain coverage for the district. You know, throughout the day, you know, you guys were here, we had 2 calls in at once. That's not uncommon. Mark showed those numbers earlier. And at some point during the day, it gets to a point where we may have a medic unit that's in Brownsville on a transfer. We've got our only engine out at Green Mountain Road, which is the farthest point of our district, on a lift assist. And so we have to hit the first alarm to get the manning in. And while that's happening, you know, we get another call in at the rehab center. So then we have to start calling dispatch and asking, what is this call? Give us the most details you can, and then we'll contact the rehab facility and see what their story is too. And that call may have to wait till we get a medic available. And that's been happening more and more throughout this last 4 or 5 months. We've been stacking calls and waiting till we get medicines available. You know, we could call over Albany, but then we look up at the board and realize that Albany has no medicines available. And Sweet Home has 1 Medicaid available, and that unit's for, you know, the 1,000 square miles that they have on that side of the district, so we don't typically just pull them out and Medicaid either. So the call stacking is becoming more and more popular. You know, if it is something that, like the cardiac arrest, the BCs will go. If it's something that's life threatening, then we will go and do what we can to stop that. But once we commit to a call, there's nobody else to cover the district, nobody else to answer the phone calls, unless we contact the duty chief to come in and take care of that for us. Coordinating with our neighboring departments, mutual aid given and received. A lot of times, we're on the phone with Albany or Sweet Home, depending on the season, if it's wildland season or if it's a major weather event, snow, wind, ice. What do you guys got? What can we give? What we receive? Those type of communications back and forth with the 2 other battalions you surround our district. So incident command for all the structural fires. Most NBCs, our lieutenants do a great job of doing scene size up, but we are limited on resources. So you're either in charge of the scene or you're working the scene. You can't do both. It doesn't work out for well. There's nobody to overlook and see what's going on and kind of that big bird's eye view of what's actually happening. So a lot of times we show up and take over for them. If it's a minor NBC, then a lot of times we just let the lieutenants deal with it. We just kind of watch and observe for them. And hit for callback again. Scheduling for the shift. So every month we usually I do mine 2 or 3 days before the month, or sometimes I'll do half a month, but we schedule the next month's shift out. So everybody knows where they're going. And it never fails that by the time you get your whole schedule done, the next shift is changed already, either schooling, vacations, sick leave. So we redo those days in the schedule. At the end of the shift, we go through every morning and we validate all the reports, make sure that they're complete and they've got all the correct signatures. We do miss some occasionally, but there, you know, when you run 30 calls, there's 30 reports to go through. Things get missed occasionally, but for the most part, everybody does a really good job on that. And then the daily time check, the time card, if that's supposed to say. So to help them try and make Des's life easier, we go through and make sure that all the numbers are correct on who's coming today for overtime, volunteer responses, assignments are filled out correctly, And when she runs her report, we get paid, the correct amount and what we're supposed to, reflect on our time cards and stuff, so. So that's mainly how our day consists. You know, we talk about the plan and then how the plan gets changed pretty much every day, so we're pretty flexible. So for those that don't know, I'm Blaine. I started here with Mark and one of our volunteers, Al, in 2002 as a volunteer. I was stationed at a 32 for 6 years. When Dale White retired, I filled Dale White's position in 2008. And then started out as a firefighter and worked my way through the ranks. Here recently, I've been on the Oregon State Fire Marshal's engine program. So every quarter they have a meeting and we discuss how the engines are going, what can we do more for the state, help provide any SOGs or SOPs that need to be updated. Come up with different policies for them, so it's a new program for them. And so they brought in outside resources to help out with that. With that, the state is, if they get some more funding, they're looking at putting out more apparatus. So it could be 6, it could be another 30. They put out 76 this first go around, so there's 76 different pieces of apparatus throughout the state. My main responsibility is apparatus maintenance. We currently right now, we have 6 engines, 1 truck, 5 ambulances, 3 water tenders, 1 rescue, 3 type 6 brush rigs, which are the F series pickups, 8 staff vehicles and 1 rehab unit. And so, like I said, I coordinate all the maintenance with the district's apparatus vehicles and then also the small tools. And I coordinate those through. One of the big ones is Hughes. That's who does the majority of our maintenance. All of our tires and stuff, they go through Point S. We do use Sanders alignment for doing the alignment, any front end work that need to be done. The two engines, the 1 water tender in our truck all have independent front suspension. And so it takes a specialized shop to kind of work on that stuff. And so that it goes over to Sanders to get that done. Batteries Northwest is another one that we utilize. We go through a lot of batteries on the vehicles. They get to the point where they're under warranty, so they just kind of keep swapping them out for us. We do go through a lot of those. And then Cascade Outdoor Equipment is another one for like all the saws and I think even Aaron uses those for the yard maintenance stuff as well too. So we schedule and oversee the annual testing of maintenance for all the fire pumps. Every year, each fire pump has to be tested by an FPA test done, so it has to pump at its rated capacity for so many minutes. And so every year, there's the 6 engines, 1 of the water tenders, and the truck all get water tested. And Hughes Fire takes care of that for us. The aerial ladder, that's another NFPA test that has to be done every year. They go and do is it 5 years of destructive? So they do a destructive test every 5 years and then just a regular test every year. So they go through and torque all the bolts down and extend it out and put weight on the end of it. And make sure they don't get too much deflection and check for cracks and welds and stuff. So hose testing is another one. Again, it's another NFPA test. So we test our own hose. It was 10, 15 years ago. Or as well as longer than that, we used to hose test out here along 12th Street with an engine. We pump it up to, I don't know what you guys pump it up to, but standard 300, 400 PSI. And the problem with that is we're putting out 1,750 gallons a minute. So when those hose burst, now you got 1,750 gallons a minute flowing out one of these hoses and could hurt somebody. So several years ago, I made the hose tester, which is it's a love-hate relationship, but that has 8 manifold, or it's a manifold with 8 connections on there. So we just use a pressure washer now. So we can take it up to 500 or to the rated PSI. And if it does burst, it's only 4 gallons a minute. So it just bursts and it's done. It doesn't hurt anybody that way. So we do that every year, go through and check all the couplings and make sure that they're up to date. ground lighters, Kyle actually does ground lighters, he lets me know that when they come and, they're testing ground lighters and I just oversee that for him. And then, our rescue equipment, it's getting to the point now where a lot of the electronic rescue equipment is all battery operated, so we don't have to do the hose tests on them like we used to. So as we start to phase out those older units, then, that will kind of go away, it just be repair as needed. So, and then the first due and PS tracks. We used to do vehicle checks on paper, we just have a clipboard and go through the paper. Well, at the end of the day, when you have all these apparatus, your file cabinet starts getting pretty full for each month worth of checks. So I found a program, it's called PS Tracks, it's just a mom and pop shop. There's literally 3 people in this office when we started with them. And, the guy's name is Nathan, and I could call Nathan up on a Saturday morning and have any problems solved I want to with this program. And then about 6 months later, I had an issue, called him up, and he's like, you're gonna have to call my IT department now. And so they've grown to the point now where they're a pretty big company, and it's all electronic checks. So you go through and check things up, you can, if you have an issue, you can write down like, we got a low tire on unit 21, it gets emailed to me and then to the maintenance people, and they just take care of it. So it kind of streamlined things pretty well. And then we're switching over to first due, which is a little bit more complicated, but we are starting to make headway on that. The big thing was we're tracking vehicle mileage, and so it's an easy way for us to track that stuff. So that's what I'm mainly responsible for. So in 2017, there might be even 16, I come up with a vehicle replacement plan. And the numbers, there's a lot of numbers, a lot of colors on there. I can read it, but, bear with me here, guys. But basically, I've been keeping up to date with the Blue Row, right? We purchase ambulances. So as I put the cost of the ambulance, it adjusts the rest of these of what we're projected to or forecasting up over the next years. What I didn't account for was COVID here. The engines, I think Chief Redondi talked about that. We did a 3% year added for each one, and it got us in that ballpark. We were within, a couple $1,000s of cost. The ambulance one, actually, our last purchases, we were within a couple $1,000s, so that still held true. The engines, who knows now? Oh, it's so far off. I did punch numbers into what we spent on them, but this was just kind of a track of what we needed to budget each year to put in the 701, is that right?
Equipment reserve.
Equipment reserve fund. So we can maintain a good vehicle replacement plan. We had, staff vehicles and brush rigs and tenders in there and stuff too. So, and then on the side here, we had what units were gonna be replaced.
Blaine, can I just ask you, what's happened every year to your replacement plan?
That replacement plan has been, much like our meeting here, where plans change, right? So we keep pushing off. So this wise old chief gave me this formula one time. That was John just the other day. It was like, well, how do we really assess how bad our equipment is or how good our equipment is? And so this is the formula that he brought to my attention. And so I said, oh, I'll just go punch some numbers in real quick and see where we're at. So apparatus wise, they do a scoring system. So based off of age, miles/hours, types of service, reliability, M&R cost, condition. And that gives you the point ranges in here. So if you're within 18 points, you're in excellent condition. 18 to 20, you're in good. 23 to 27 is qualifies for replacement. Or I should have said 28, but 20 points and above needs to be replaced, right? So really, out of all of our apparatus here, we've got 6. And 6 of those apparatus, or I'm sorry, 3 of those apparatus, right? So you're 37. There's the answer. Yeah, 46, 40, and then 37 and 11 are all medikits. So there's only 5 of them on there. And the reason that they are so far out of knee replacement is because of these numbers right here, the 25, the 30, the 28, and the 20, that's the mileage. And so the mileage, right now, we have just over 1 million miles on 5 medic units that we put on the system. The one I was in today, that I went over to the maintenance shop, picked up, as I was driving back, they had the hours showing up on there. We have 12,401 hours on that medic unit. So, our maintenance program is good because it's still running. But the miles are high, you know, that is a first out medic unit too. So that medic unit is first out today.
And how old's that one?
That was in 2017. The 2016, we kind of parked. It's got a little bit of an oil leak, but to do that, they have to, they've got to lift the cab on it, and so, we're kind of waiting for the budget to see where we're at with that before we fix that one. But yeah, it's, 1 million miles on 5 medic units and then that's not counting the 200+ thousand miles that are on the unit 11 up top. That was a medic unit, but it's our rehab unit now. And so it goes out, doesn't run 2 or 3, it's just that people haul it. And so we don't transport with it, and then the other one is, our engine that's out at Station 35. It's old, we didn't pay a lot for it. It was intentionally bought for a Band-Aid to get us by, and that Band-Aid's still there, so it's still got a little bit of stickiness, you can still put it back on. So, and it's got its issues too, it's got obsolete equipment, for that one, it has a transducer for a governor on there, it's got an electronic governor. They don't make that governor anymore, that transducer, so, me and the mechanic, I was up till 1 or 2 in the morning, trying to figure out what we can do for that. I found a company on the East Coast that builds custom transducers. And so we got a hold of them, and $400 later, we got the transducer fixed. So, you know, we put in a lot of time trying to make our equipment last and take pride in it too. You know, it's dirty because it's used. It's not because the guys don't care. It's dirty because they're usually busy and don't have time to wash it. So when they do, they do take good care of it. Currently he's, you know, over 1 million miles of current medic units with the highest mileage at 300,000 at that unit, that one I brought home today. That's also on a remounted box. So that box alone has over 600,000 miles. It had, I believe that unit had 350,000 miles and we took it up to, Braun Northwest to be remounted. New ambulance cost is about 350,000. Refurbishment cost is about 200,000. Those are recent quotes I just got a couple months ago. Our current engine right now that's being refurbished over in Nevada. I called them today. It's next up. They still have they have 2 ladder trucks that are still causing problems for their flow. So once the ladder trucks are in the system and tore apart, they just can't move them out of the way and stack them outside. They've got to wait till they go apart soon. So that's what our holdup is. But next refurbishment is probably gonna be a little more. We're estimating 450 to 500 to have it refurbished just because of inflation. You know, our hose and rescue equipment is reaching its age. A lot of our tack lines are outdated. They have an expiration date on them. We test them, they pass. We still do use them, but they do have expiration dates on them. But a lot of those are reaching. So that's all I've got. Any questions?
Just to confirm, a refurbished engine now costs more than the engine that we bought in 2019?
The engine that well, yes, and the difference between that is one is a custom cab chassis versus a commercial cab chassis.
Okay.
So, if we were to refurbish a commercial cab chassis, which I don't have a price on that, I haven't talked to them, Mark and I talked about that, coming back, essentially they would take the box, the pump off, set that on the ground, and they'd roll just the cab and chassis under and put that back on and do new paint on that. So, the commercial cab chassis may or may not be cheaper, I don't know, but it was an idea that we had. We do have one engine that's, 2006. For the cab chassis on it, it's got low mileage and it's still doing pretty good, so. But yeah, the price that we got for that was for a commercial cab, so, custom cab, we're looking at $1 million. And probably a 4-year wait period.
All right, what I was talking about, the one that we bought with the bond proceeds, the one that was totaled right outside.
Oh,
the
right,
airport. Yeah, that one was like 340.
That was a used one.
Oh, that was a used.
That was used. That one's 10 years old now.
Okay.
So it's a 2016.
I think he's asking about like 1832.
One that got totaled.
Oh, that brand new one was the 4 in 2000. I'm sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
It
And
had to be
so-
great original.
Now a refurbished one is gonna cost more than that one did in 2019.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but to replace that one today, you're looking at $650. I think it was $650 a couple of years ago. It's. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's hard to, I don't know that we would, without help from a bond or a grant, that we'd ever see a brand new engine here. I mean, honestly, unless something dramatically changes, it's just not feasible and not responsible either. I mean, if we can redo them for half the cost of the new one. I mean, the 400,000 is more than we paid for that one brand new in 2008. So we bought it twice. Pretty much.
Thank you.
Blaine, I've got 3 questions. One, hydrants, that's up to the city to maintain and test.
Yep, hydrants are, the city, we used to do hydrant testing to help them out, but we no longer do that, so that's up to the city.
Okay, how about external water sources?
We have, Mark can speak more on that, but we do have, some pretty good assets out there. Rodney is a volunteer with us, that they've labeled some, outside water sources out in the Macomb area. And as a matter of fact, we had a drill the other night out at the generator plant out there for drafting water and stuff. And then he also helped with, there was one hydrant out in Macomb and it comes off of that generator plant. And it's all gravity fed and it's the hottest hydrant in the system, probably the second most used hydrant that, during fires for us out in that area. And it puts out like 90 PSI, which is enough to start hitting our relief valves on the engine, so. Yeah, so then the irrigation ditches, we have areas that we know that, like on Mount Pleasant and Green Mountain, that we can drop lines into and draft out of those.
Okay. And then the third thing I had, and this is something that you hear that community talk about all the time, is when the EMS goes out, you got an engine or a guy.
Mhm.
And I know that's depends on what kind of call and those types of things. But the questions we get is, well, why can't we have a rescue rig if they need 4 people to take the 500-pound gal out the front door? Then why can't we just run a rescue rig out there with the additional people?
Mark,
And that would reduce the mileage,
yeah.
okay, on the big rigs,
Mhm.
and hopefully keep those in rescue rigs or stripped down model is a heck of a lot cheaper.
It is, and I'll let Mark, I'll let Mark answer that.
Yeah, so the best of my ability to answer that question. Cause it is a tough one, and there are a lot of agencies there. I know that there are agencies up in Washington that are doing that exact model. Quality Valley, wanted to do that exact model.
Oh, I said
but
in front.
I guess and what it comes down to is it the delay in fire response. And so if we're out on a code in Lacombe, because that's gonna be cheaper for us to send a car out there to Lacombe and work a medic unit with a medic unit. By the time they get back in here to switch out to the first out engine and then return to the fire, we're way behind the 8 ball. I mean, we've got a fully developed structure on that, at that point.
If it's a fire, but if it's just medical call.
No, leaving medical call.
No, that's why we follow with the engine is in case
Go to
of
your
a fire.
case.
Okay.
And so, well, for this, I want to hit this first. And so I was telling them earlier,
For those
We-
of us who are here.
we try to hit the NFPA standards.
Right.
We try to. I mean, it is a guideline, but ultimately our goal is to hit that. And so when it comes to it, we have staffing response goals and times. And so most of our area, suburban area, and rural, and so we want 10 firefighters on scene within 10 minutes. We know we're absolutely not gonna do that. I mean, even in town, if I send an engine with a medic unit, or I send a rescue crew with an engine. Blah. I'm gonna keep that, with a medic unit.
Yeah.
We get a fire that drops. Now they have to come back, get into their turnouts, get in the engine, and then respond in town to the same. We're over our 10-minute limit, right? At that point in time, we have an incipient fire that's gone all the way to fully developed. It hampers the response. So the way that those other agencies like Tualatin Valley and like, I think it's Clark County Fire Districts, what they do is they do a bump system. So when a medic unit, when they get a medical call and they need additional help, what they do is they jump into their Suburban, they follow the medic unit out there. The next over station moves up. And so you've almost got like a system status process that they're doing to facilitate that. Tualatin Valley was doing the same thing for a while, but it's Tualatin Valley, so now they have the staffing to just send the rigs because they are huge. So that's where we get hampered is we would be so far behind the 8 ball if we didn't have that engine responding with medic unit. And then not only that, but then our staffing for the most part is this. Yeah. And so we staff 2 ambulances and 1 engine. And so our ability to move anybody up and staff, we lose the 1 engine that we have in our system. And if we have a known rescue, I mean, imagine taking the call and you're on a medical call. I mean, even somewhere here in town and hey, we've got a known rescue. Hold on, we gotta drive back to the station. We gotta get in our engine now. Then we gotta respond to where they're, what would happen was the SUV would just go zipping over to the thing. We wouldn't have an engine there to put out the fire and we wouldn't have a ladder to get to the person who's screaming from the window. Unfortunately, all of our equipment's here and that's where we're at. So, yeah, that's why. Does that answer that? Kinda.
I'm not so sure that people that ask me would fully understand that.
Show your little
explanation.
diagram, map.
Which I remember we thought.
The one with the little engine in the medic unit.
Yeah.
And then.
Sure, think about it.
So I'll start here. So this is our overlapping calls. This is when we get, so 2015, we've seen just an increase all around in multiple calls happening at one time. And so just to better describe that. So here's station 31. Station 34 is down south, and then we have a medic unit. Station 13. And so this literally almost played out perfectly on Tuesday. Almost this exact same scenario for one of our BCs. First thing in the morning, we get a morning transfer. Medic unit goes down, takes the transfer, and now as a BC, I know I don't have anybody on medic 31 for about an hour and a half because that's about how long a transfer takes. And then next thing that comes in is we get a call out on Meridian Drive. I just lost medic 34. And off they go. The average time there is gonna be about 40 minutes, 20 minutes out there. In perfect world, load and go, 20 minutes back. And then I get a call on Dodge with the 1 engine that I have in town. During this process, our battalion chief is calling for a call back to try to get people to come in. Well, now I've got an engine wrapped up. I have no capability to leave. So that engine now is in the process of providing advanced life support care, right? If they leave that scene, they're abandoning the patient. In Oregon, that's a big no-no. And so now our option is hopefully we got call back. If we didn't, we have to call for Med 13 to come across. And so that engine is now tied up that entire time. And so this is the issue that we have with concurrent calls. If we have full staffing for the day, we have a second engine staffed out at station 34. But that just depends on the scenario. But I still don't think this answered your question because you're asking why don't we follow with an SUV essentially or some kind of rescue.
Well, and it all depends on the call, of course.
Mhm.
You know, because I understand, you know, there's certain levels of medical calls and then there's unknown.
Mhm.
You know, you just get a 911 call to go to X address, you have no idea what it's all about.
Yeah.
So maybe some of that at dispatch is, it's prioritized. So we don't put all ambulance on every call.
Right.
They take information. It's called Pro QA. They have a series of questions they ask, and then that determines that level of call.
Right.
So how they answer the questions, are they having chest pain? Are they short of breath? Those are high acuity calls. That's where we send the engine. The difficulty in being able to have that engine just follow like in a SUV or whatever is that we only have most of our staffing, that one engine. So they hop on that SUV and they're going to help the medic unit. And now on the other side of town or the other side of our district, that fire comes in. Now they're delayed because they don't have the equipment to deal with. They don't have the ladders, they don't have the hoses. They don't have the equipment to deal with either rescue or extinguishment of that fire. So now they're gonna have to come all the way back. So it's really all about our staffing level. Our staffing level is what our staffing level is. And 25 years ago, we survived that just fine. Today, with the concurrent calls and everything else that's going on, that's a sheer impossibility to do that. Is it cheaper? Sure. But we're really putting the public at risk by doing that, to save some mileage on some apparatus. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Closer. It's, that apparatus is our toolbox.
Right.
So if we show up, if we get a call, for like, if you had a piece of equipment breakdown, right? Then you need it fixed right away, and the service tech shows up with a laptop, but no tools. He doesn't know good.
Right.
But if we show up with the laptop and the tools to fix it, we've done your service and got you back on the road. That's the same principle. That engine is our toolbox for everything we need. And so, going to the unknown, we don't know, but we have the tools to fix it when we get there. And that's,
Well, an unknown call, I can completely.
well, for any
And
call.
people, and that's how I answer the question. is
Yeah,
They have no idea what they're gonna find out there.
yeah,
You know, they don't know whether they're gonna have to take a door off to get that.
Yeah, and that happens,
out, And that happens, absolutely,
yeah,
you know,
Or cut a hole in the wall.
or cut a hole in the wall.
yeah.
Mine wants
Okay.
to take a crack at it.
So, if you don't mind, sir,
No,
Maple Street, we ran into this. So we ran out to a medical, because you're asking specifically why we don't chase our medicals with an SUV. So we're heading out to a medical, it's a stroke. We know it's a stroke. Midway to the call, we get a call for a stretcher fire with a known rescue. We, because we're in our engine, can now turn and go straight to that stretcher fire.
Right.
And respond. If we had taken an SUV, we would have now had to come back to the station, get the engine,
Yeah.
then turn around and go to our known rescue, adding on additional time. And so that's why we chase our ambulances with our engine. And so avoid that time, that turn.
now if I had a gold star, I'd put it right here. Because now I completely.
So basically with the equipment and the personnel we have, it's the most efficient way to handle it.
Because I get that question a lot too.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's constant. Why are they not well? And then, you know, I'm down on the river and when you guys hit Brewster Road, which is more than once a day.
My response time is critical for us is, UL actually has a number of studies where they outfit a room with modern, furniture, and it takes, I want to say less than 3 minutes from it to go from a fire start to fully involved.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, it doesn't take long.
those response times when you're talking about doubling. definitely. So,
And you have a response time halfway to Macomb. It takes a while. And by the time you get there, there's nothing left.
Yeah, we can guarantee that, if we have a fire, anything past probably Cowitz there, we're getting a 10-minute time check from dispatch prior to the CPR on scene. So because dispatch does a 10-minute time check every 10 minutes, and that's part of our accountability system. And so it's usually about between Cowitz and Bellinger Scale that we have there on the radio. 10-minute time check, yeah, I'll get there when I get on the seat, you know.
Yeah.
So,
You don't want to push them so far.
yeah,
Really goodness.
so.
Good, thank you.
So I've actually got something interesting shift that we had the other day. That really highlights a lot of the things that we just have been talking about. So we had this call for an unknown medical problem. And so that would send one ambulance, code 3. And with the information that was given, we recognized that this could be something more than that. Potential hazmat situation. And so we had one medic unit that was on a transfer to Corvallis already. So this is our second medic unit leaving to go on this other call. The engine is now going because it's a hazmat potential. And then I'm going because it could be something more serious. I hit for call back and was fortunately able to get 2 lieutenant paramedics that were able to respond back in to cover the district. And so they were actually flexible with their qualifications that they could either jump on an engine if that was needed or an ambulance if further calls came in. So we get to this call is a hazmat. And so this is a long call. It took us 3 hours to process from beginning to end, where we had people suiting up in Tyvek suits and SCBAs. While this is going on, we ended up having 4 other calls during that time. Now, when the BC's tied up on a call like that, the duty chief is kind of in charge of the district. Well, the duty chief is here, but he's in a really important meeting. And so he's, forced to leave that meeting multiple times to try and coordinate these other calls that are going on. One was a car crash. Fortunately, didn't need anybody to be transported from that. And then we have 3 other medical calls. One of those other medical calls ended up being another potential hazmat. So now that patient got transported to the hospital, and the hospital's calling me because what is this product? What is going on with that? So after that first hazmat was cleared up, we ended up going over to the second one and finding out what that was. But it just shows, I think, how lucky we are all the time. We have people out in the district, is nobody available all the time. And at least that's how it feels when I sit in the seat. And we're lucky. We've got crews that are amazing. They're hard workers. They turn around calls really quick and they get back in the district. They know that they're needed. And then just lady luck. So, thought that was a good example of kind of what we deal with. And when I got back to the station in that 4 hours of time, I had 46 phone calls that I made to the hospital, to all these various groups and people.
That was one thing, not to interrupt, Aaron, but one thing I didn't mention too, and maybe they will, but the phone calls that we get, going to a structure fire, I can guarantee 3 phone calls. One from the nursing supervisor for a transfer, one from one of the volunteers asking which apparatus to take, and usually it's probably either my wife or one of my kids. So that's all that response time. 2 of them will answer, the other ones can wait. And it's never fails.
And to kind of add on to that with Blaine and Aaron, those phone calls don't stop when you're running the structure fire.
No,
They're continuing to come in, the nursing supervisor's calling, you've got other people. A lot of times we can dish that on. I've handed my phone to John and Mark quite a few times saying, I'm busy, this is my project, this is you now. The phones don't stop ringing, and they don't just because 10 o'clock hits and that's when we stop doing transfers. The phone rings all night long because they're wanting emergency transfers to be pushed out, and you're talking to the nursing supervisor and doctors, stuff like that, making arrangements, seeing where your crews are, because there could be a medic unit out, and now you've got to send your only car in town to take a transfer to Riverbend, and trying to, not negotiate, that's a.
Well, yeah, maybe.
plead with them to the whole.
Yeah, so just because the transfers stop at 10, that doesn't mean this thing shuts off at 10. It is, and at 5 o'clock, when the staff officers go home for the night, we're in charge of this whole district. I've got them as backup, but the 35,000 plus people that are in the district, plus SIO and Brownsville, that I serve with my ambulance, they're my responsibility too, and trying to navigate and get the appropriate ambulance, because sometimes dispatch doesn't always dispatch the ambulance. And you're sitting there waiting, going, are they gonna dispatch medic? I know I'm out, and then you're on the phone, hey, we have no ambulances, you need to find somebody to send. Oh, okay.
so there's a lot of inner workings that we do between the hospital dispatch and just the community, because like I said, those phone calls don't stop, so. Sorry,
Yeah.
take your.
You're not. We're also kind of a sounding board for weird calls, so the lieutenants will call us and say, hey, look, I've got this, or nursing staff are yelling at my crew because they're unhappy that they brought this patient to their hospital, or a host of other things, and so we're kind of the one that they reach out to and ask questions, confirm things, and then if I don't know what it is, then I call John or Mark or whoever the duty chief is. All right, so my areas of responsibility. So as most of you know, I took over Ken Savage's position and his responsibilities as well. So stations and ground maintenance, and that takes up the vast majority of my time, especially since we found some issues with Station 34. So what that includes is making sure that all of our maintenance contracts are up to date, that everything is being taken care of, everything from the bays to the front flower beds to the HVAC units that should be working but aren't. Lots of things. So I coordinate those things with the contractors that have to come out, the bids. Most of the time we're getting free bids for anything that costs anything. So I'm also the first due scheduling coordinator. So with our new software, I took over that portion of it. And there's been a lot of changes hard, and there's a lot of things that are tricky with that. So it takes up a lot of our time as well. And so that's our staffing module, so where we put people if they're sick or on vacation. I know what rigs are on. And then I'm in charge of the hazmat reportable quantities, like the fuel station out here. And then ordering fuel and assisting with the fuel cloud and batteries for SCBAs, flashlights, tools, etc., and fire extinguisher maintenance. And then these are some of the things that I oversee. The SCBA program is a big program, and I gotta say that Kyle does a great job. He has complete control of it. He's got SCBA techs, and it's a very intensive few months every year that they have to go through and test every single SCBA. And there's a lot of liability with it, and he's very professional with all the things that he does there. Station supplies, employee recognition, mechanical tools like screwdrivers, etc., the complag trailer, and then electronic door locks. And then as well as the Young Women's Fire Academy. So last year, just to recap, Station 31 had the roof repair that we know about. It was repaired and it was under warranty. One of the hot water circulating pumps went out, so we didn't have any hot water on this side of the station. The overhead doors on the south side of the bays, all of them did not have enough support. And so what we found was that some of the glass was cracking because the doors would flex so much when they opened. They were just installed that way. So we had to correct that. And then Kyle took care of this part, but we hydro tested all, how many bottles? 50, 102. Yeah, SCBA bottles. And then Station 34, overall, the heat pump repairs were over $10,000. Siding repairs that were necessary just to age of the station and water damage. And in Oregon, we know how it goes. 16,000. Window replacement at Station 34. And then the big one is connecting to the city water supply. And that's just an attempt to solve the problem that we had with supplying water to our fire sprinkler system, and especially in the summer. So we use that pond. That pond has leaks, has mildew, has, gunk in there. And if that system isn't running, then it wouldn't put water into a fire sprinkler system. So if there was an issue, we wouldn't be able to put it out. So That was a big deal, and so connecting to the city water supply solves that problem for us. And it's only gonna get more expensive as time goes on. And then roof repairs, so far about $1,500. Needs going forward, as you've heard before, Station 34 has had a lot of problems with the heat pump. In order to replace the entire system, which will inevitably have to happen at some point, we're looking at $160,000. It's not just replacing the unit, it's also replacing all of the piping that's inside all of the walls. It's a big problem. So roof repair and ventilation fixes, that's going on now. We're just, trying to figure out exactly what needs to be done, and we're getting the appropriate bids. And then fill the pond in, and then it's just got aging appliances, right? That station's 18 years old. Station 32, needs a generator. And then SCBA, needs a new testing head, which is about a $10,000 to $15,000 cost sometime in the next 2 to 4 years. And then just overall, everything costs more, right? And we've seen a big increase in electrical costs, and I think we're gonna continue to see that. Just with every call out, it's more expensive, but also the lights, at 34, they're all fluorescent. All the other stations are all fluorescent, and as those go out, the ballasts go out, you need to replace them with LED. So. We're done. No. Any questions on that?
So Brett,
Go ahead.
going up there, oh, you can work your way up there. Yeah, I just want to commend all of our battalion chiefs because, and Blaine alluded to it, but as I look at our 3 battalion chiefs, they spend a lot of their time off duty dealing with issues, and I can call them, they always pick up their phone. As we talk about the water connection, I know Erin has been running out there on her days off. She was out there yesterday. Day before that, the same with Blaine, and the same with Brett. And if it wasn't for the time commitment and their dedication to this place, there's a lot of things that just wouldn't happen. So.
All right. I'm gonna stand behind here unless I have to walk out there because I gotta have these on to be able to read and see. So for those that don't know me, I'm Brett. I'm the A-shift battalion chief. And like Blaine talked about before, what we do on a daily, Blaine, Aaron and I both like John said, we take a lot of phone calls off duty, and it's not just from the chief, it's from vendors that we use, constantly for any of our stuff. So some of my responsibilities, we'll start off with communications. So I'm a dispatch liaison. So when it comes to putting new units into service or figuring out beats, I was on there with John, but it's probably gonna be Mark now, I'm assuming, but trying to figure out those response areas and then how things operate through dispatch to us. 3 or 4 years ago, we had a dispatch user group, which kind of the agencies from Lynn County would get together and we would discuss problems with certain items. You know, if the last big one we had 4 years ago was actually when COVID hit, was trying to figure out summertime responses, trying to eliminate a lot of the call types we had, trying to consolidate them into different call types, or a standard call type. And there's big discussions on that because Brownsville may request a first alarm for a brush fire, a small natural cover fire where we send an engine, or Albany just sends an engine or something like that. And so because we're a combination and we deal with a lot of volunteer stations around, there's a big thing in dispatch trying to get us all unified so we're using the same type of stuff, same acronyms and stuff like that. So with that, WV Ops is the Willamette Valley Operations and the CAD system. We pay, John, I can't remember how much we pay into WV Ops.
Well, we're gonna be this next budgetary year, well over $200,000 for our dispatch calls, and then WB ops is usually 30,000. 36,000 around there.
So WV ops and CAD, I take care of the changes in CAD, through dispatch. Recently it was all the chief's changes, you know. Casey went to chief position, Chief Fitzwater went to division chief of operations. So I go in there and I put in Woodoos to get numbers changed. John was 302, now he's 301, Mark's 302, and so all those changes have to go through dispatch. That way, the unit numbers are assigned the right people and tracking purposes. So I take care of that when we have somebody leave, either career or volunteer. I go in there and I send a Woodoo to them to remove that person so they stop getting pages for 911, or they're removed from the district as not being somebody that, hey, I'm with Lebanon Fire District and here's my, they're taken out of that area. I manage, let's see, here we go. I manage the LFD radios and programming. That's something I took on when I came on probation. My former chief said, here you go, run with it. And so over the last 20-something years that I've been doing that, I think our radio communications here in the district as a whole have dramatically improved. I can't take all that credit because now I have somebody that helps me out, and that's Mark Kroll. He does a lot of stuff with me to get the radios and programming done. He's my nerd. That guy is computer savvy, he's radio savvy. We purchased programming kits and stuff so we can do all our in-house programming and changes to the radios. That was a big deal when we brought in the new radio infrastructure for the county, having to change all our channels, having to change all our frequencies, all that stuff that costs us a tech fee of $150 an hour. That's a 2-day event for them to come in and do. We were able to do it in chunks just with our programming, our laptops that the district has, and be able to take care of all that stuff. Also monitor purchasing and programming. We buy those monitors, which were a couple $100 back when you were here, Dale. They're now $300 to $400 a piece or more. We take those, and that's how we call in off-duty personnel or volunteers if they don't want to have it on their phone and running all the time. Radio programming and purchasing and installs. So over the last 2 years, we put in for an ETA grant through the county, which was the 911. What's that?
911 cell phone tax.
911 cell phone tax. Last year, we were able to get $14,000 in this grant, which outfitted all of our apparatus that had radios in there that were from 2005, 2006 that we just couldn't afford to replace. Radios, when I started, were $300 to $400. Now a portable radio, just what Russell has on his side or right there in front, that's $1,200. And so every vehicle has a radio. If not, every vehicle has, ambulance has 2 radios, every fire truck has 4, so every seat has a radio. That was one of my goals when I took over radios, was put a radio in every seat. We've made it there, and now we're just trying to maintain it. But with the cost of radios going up, it's made it difficult to even maintain that on a regular basis. Blaine had a great flow chart of this is when stuff's getting replaced. I had that exact same thing, and then it got moved, and we're going to replace them when we buy new vehicles. Well, we're not buying any new vehicles, so now I got to come up with a plan on how we're going to replace all these radios because some of them are coming up on their longevity. The G2 system point of contact. So the G2 system is our tap out system. And it's not just for this station. It runs in dispatch. Dispatch has its own server, has its own screen. It also taps out everything in the county. So it's not just running LFD when the dispatch, you hear the Samantha voice, when that dispatch comes out, that's part of the G2 system that runs the whole county now. Albany has recently went to that. So I oversee that, trying to make sure that once in a while we'll get blips that things aren't working. And so dispatch calls me, or now I get an email, says, hey, can you take care of these? And we go out and we try to figure out what's going on. Usually it's a, hey, let's unplug it and try it. Hey, there we go, it works. So I'm kind of that point of contact for that. I'm the pulse point coordinator. So pulse point, which most everybody has, even everybody in the district. I help run that and keep it going. It's actually pretty light, which is nice. But we also have a responder portion of that too. That's the main focus of me, is in the responder portion. It gives us more information than what the layperson would get. We're able to go in and track stuff, send out messages, especially that's big when we have a car wreck that could be blocking Highway 20. The BC or the duty chief can go in there and send out a message to people. And usually we get, can't remember the last one, around 10,000 people total with Android and Apple that get those messages. And it's just another way of communicating to the public that, hey, we're here, this is what's going on, try to do it, to bypass it if you can. So last year, we knew that Incident View, which is our primary mapping tool to get to calls, was going away. And so it wasn't just us, it was the county that started looking at a different mapping tool for us. And the county decided that First Due was the responder app that we were gonna go with. So Chief Tacey invited myself and Mark Kroll to sit in, and we started the process of developing the responder, what our responder app would look like and how we would get that going. And we had bi-weekly meetings. Well, we still do the bi-weekly meetings, just to make sure everything's going and calls are getting out, mapping is working correctly on all devices. And this responder app runs on iPad tablets. It runs on everything, but the tablets is where it's based out of. So that's where that kind of falls into the responder tablets and PCs that I help oversee with Lieutenant Kroll, is getting tablets on every vehicle. A PC, Panasonic Toughbook charting computer, or MCT as we call mobile communications terminal, where we get information, we can go en route, we can return, we can do all that stuff on there. Those computers are $3,000 to $5,000 a piece. And those computers only last so long before they're outdated in the software and you have to update them. By going to the tablet, we saved a ton of money by 2 tablets or 3 tablets for the price of 1 mobile terminal. We also, with the Freedom app that I talked about a little bit in the beginning, we were able to bring that onto the tablets as well. And that's how our mobile terminals are working now. They work appropriately, and we can use them for mapping and go to the point B and do everything we could do on a PC. But we looked for I won't say a cheaper solution, but a more responsible solution to keep us going in that direction that we needed to go. The County Starlink program. So a couple summers ago, when Aaron and I went on a conflag, we were in an area where radio didn't work, so we couldn't communicate with command or even our division soup, and you couldn't get a cell phone to work. There was no service. This is Dayville. You're familiar with that. So
where you're at.
we were teamed up with Lane County as one of our task force. And we did some investigation on what they were using, and Starlink is what they started to use just because of that. So I talked to Chief White from SIO and said, hey, if I come up with all the information, would you be willing to present this to the Lake County Fire Defense Board, because you were here and you experienced exactly what you're doing. It's not that I couldn't go to Joe or John, probably, but he experienced it, and I thought he would be a good advocate. So I came up with what we needed, and put a price in front of them, and they said, yeah, this is an absolute, we need to do this. And so that stuff runs through me. I update them every couple of months, so they're up to date and ready to go. And then when a conflict comes or something else that we need that with through the Fire Defense Board, we can get those activated and we can get those sent out. I also said, and actually I've never done it, but as part of the EOC for the city. The NOx, I'm the NOx manager slash purchaser. So I spelled it right. Okay, yeah, I did. I'm good. So every apparatus that we have, every fire truck has a NOx box, and it has a secure key in it that's keyed to only Lebanon Fire District. And those boxes, again, like I said, they're on every vehicle. They allow us to get into businesses. So when we have a fire alarm activation, or Jay has a new box set up on a building because they have a suppression system or something that we need to get into, instead of breaking down that double door, glass door, or cutting the gate or whatever, we can go in there, push in a code, pull that key out. So I oversee that for all the fire apparatus as well as the medic units. The med vaults are run through the same company, and we order the med vaults through them, and each medic has a code and each EMT to be able to get in there to be able to get the controlled narcotics. We run that through the Knox Connect cloud, and I sit on that or do that with City IT. Being able to, now that it's in the cloud, I'm able to change codes, add codes, remove people, all stuff that we would have City IT have to come in and reprogram and do that for every apparatus, not just one, it's everything. This allows it, as soon as it backs into the building, it connects to Wi-Fi, it dumps everything, or it uploads. And that gives us an audit trail as well for being able to go in if something was missing, is okay, who was the last person in? We can go in there and take a look at that. So on average, when I first started doing the Knox secures, I was paying $600 a piece for them. The last one I just ordered to replace the one on the truck was $1,200. And I had to replace it because we weren't able to update it, and people weren't able to get in and get the key to be able to get into the business without having to call somebody else to come down with a key to be able to do it. Med vaults, just for a small one that goes in the ambulance, they're $2,000 now. When I started out, they were $1,250 to $1,500, and now they've increased to $2,000. There are other avenues for that, but this is the best, being able to track and audit and secure the medications that we need in those medic units and the engines. It's not just the medic units that carry those boxes, the engines carry them as well. First due, John set it up, but I took it over from him, is the medications. So we get, I keep track of daily, so did the other two BCs, but making sure medications are checked. I went in there and set up the flow chart for how everything works, to be able to get notified if medications on a unit didn't get checked for the day, if we're missing, if there's expired meds coming up, if we add medications from a vendor, we go in there and add all that stuff in, and then it goes back into our main supply. Again, first due, the responder, I'm still a part of that and still maintain and add and remove or change or as needed. And then PP assets, along with that in first due, Cody is my PPE guy, and he does a fantastic job. I just oversee it and make sure if he's having trouble with stuff, if people aren't turning in yearly assessments of their gear, we get involved and it's like, hey, we need this. Questions on that so far? Perfect. Oh, see, I didn't know it didn't, sorry, I could have, or you just said something. You were happy.
We can see how long it is.
So let's see, PP assets, so hazmat. So I'm a hazmat tech with the Lynn Benton Hazmat Regional 5 team. I also am the hazmat team administrator for LFD on the Regional 5 team. So we try to meet quarterly, we go over drill attendance, calls we've had, changes that we'd like to make. We talk about upcoming trainings, if we can get people to them. I just had the ability to send Mr. Graff to Hazmat Tech School. He starts here next week, and he'll be in that, and that'll give me 4 hazmat techs for Lebanon Fire District. Which is great because Erin utilized the 2 of us just the other day for what she was talking about. So on the PPE side, is that down there? Yeah, PPE, budgeting, helmets, turnouts, hoods, gloves, wildland clothing, identifying identifier markings for helmets and stuff. I oversee all of that. Cody, like I said, he's my PPE guy. Together, we go through and we look at the gear to make sure this is what's appropriate for our people and what we need. Now, NFPA dictates some of that. So NFPA 1851 says a set of turnouts is only good for 10 years now. And that set of turnouts includes that helmet. So a set of turnouts now, well, 4 years ago, when we were with a different vendor, were $4,500 to $5,000. And that was just for the coat and the pants. That didn't include the boots, the hood, the gloves, or the helmet. Helmets now, we decided to go with a dual purpose helmet. Cost savings for us, so they can use it for wildland or structural. We're paying $485 for a helmet. If I went to just a regular structural helmet and had to buy a wildland helmet on top of that, structural helmets $420, and then it's $100 for the wildland helmet. It's another $75 for the shroud because they don't come complete. You've got to put them together. And then your goggles. So now you're another 100 and something bucks above just your regular fire helmet. So that's why we did try to consolidate and do one helmet. If you want a price on like a set of gear now that I'm paying $3,200 to $3,500 for a coat and pair of pants. A hood I'm paying $130 for, and that is a particulate hood that helps with heat on your ears, but it also blocks particulates from the smoke and stuff coming into your skin, into your head from sweat. Gloves, the structural gloves we're getting, and keep in mind, I'm not buying top of the line. I'm buying what I can to keep my people safe. That's, I would say, midline and average. Gloves, $110 a piece. Boots, just for the fire boots, not these, but our turnout boots, they're $450 a piece. And then I got to buy uniform boots at another $450 a piece. So cost of everything is, like everybody's been saying, has just been going up tremendously. Here recently, wildland gear. We were able to buy wildland gear, and wildland gear could last you until it wore out. Matter of fact, Dale, we have some of the stuff that you were seeing here.
I didn't take it with me.
Now it's 10 years, just like the structural turnouts. And that same 10 years isn't just for career, it's for volunteers as well. Cody has put us on a program, so every 5 years, we're trying to get people in new sets of turnouts. That way we can take the current sets they have and gives them 5 years as a backup set. So when we go into a structure fire, we get all gunked up. We're not coming back like we used to, getting back to the station, and now we got a medical call or a car wreck, and we're putting on those same gunky turnouts. It's cancer that we're putting back on. We can go and we can get our second set of turnouts. Then we can launder everything else. That way they're ready to go for the next shift.
Of course, all this stuff was all through FHPA, whatever.
NFPA.
It's all certified, da, 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 da.
Mhm.
You know, which if you're talking about legislation, that's what you need to do. Because I'm sorry, the turnouts, they shouldn't be $4,500. I mean, it's a damn nice coat and a damn nice set of bibs, but not for $4,500. That's ridiculous. They see you coming. Same way with the valves, same way with the hoses, same way with everything else.
Disagree.
Well, nobody's debating that, but that's just.
They know-
Cost,
Yeah.
And the NFPA standards, you know, those are arrived at by committees from manufacturers and end users. You know, it's just not just the manufacturers saying this is what it is. These are designed to protect the people.
Well, absolutely. And you want the best protection possible.
Right. And it's not like there's 10 manufacturers out there to provide this kind of stuff. It's very specific few manufacturers.
So what do you do with the old stuff?
The old stuff after 10 years.
Yeah.
Dumpster.
So,
And some of it, we.
I go to one of the parties, you know, that you dress up or something. I'm at 3X.
We have in the past, there has been, groups out there that have tried to help out some third world countries that, you know, couldn't even buy a set of coveralls for their people, that gear has went to. It's been a long time since we've had a batch, so.
We did that, just as I became a battalion chief in 2019. I want to, it was, yeah, we did a bunch of turnouts that were expired for us, but were still usable turnouts, that we donated. We did SABAs, I think, to Detroit, Idana, same thing, radios. I had a lot of radios because those radios were past their prime and it was more expensive for me to buy batteries to keep them going than the current radios that I were running. So we donated a bunch of radios too, and they were able to keep those going and function, so.
Because if we're in financial difficulties and we're as efficient as we can be, I can just imagine what some other, especially rural fire departments and stuff.
Oh, yeah, they're feeling,
Hurting hard.
they're feeling the pinch. I mean, it's, gear is definitely, you know, when we talk about materials and safety and cuts that we've made, my budget used to be X number of dollars and we've slowly, I've cut that back. And so the amount of people I can get in new stuff, I've cut back and Cody's, like I said, is very good at trying to get what he can and make everybody whole. So we continue to keep people in the gear that they need and that they're safe. I don't have anything here now. He's very good with the assets portion of it. Trying to track the dates, manufacturing, he's got all that stuff. He's on it. Hey, these have got to go. We can't wear these anymore. Safe comes in, Safe takes a look at, or not Safe, OSHA, sorry. OSHA comes in and that's things they check. They check the dates on the turnouts and check expiration and they'll ding us for that if they find anything. I've got one guy that likes to wear his old stuff when he's working out, so he doesn't sweat out his good stuff and stuff, because he's trying to get ready for the stair climb and he just likes to work out in them to help him. OSHA came in and saw that, it's like, whoa, these are, so we pulled stuff out of them so they weren't serviceable turnouts and they could see that they're non-serviceable turnouts, but that's what they do. They come in and they look at your helmets and look for that sticker. It's 10 years. If it's over, they'll find us. So we try to keep up on that and we're good about doing that.
I mean, you know, we used to have a 250,000 acre conflagration here in the 60s and 70s every summer in the valley here, and we only burn up 1 or 2 farmers a year. So, you know, when you, you know, so, and that's with nothing. I mean, that's with jeans and suspenders.
Yep.
You know, so you look at it, and we did it with a tender, what? How many years ago? When we decided not to have the fancy red steel tender, we saved $100,000 on it, whatever. And still came in under the standards, and that's when I'm looking at some of the stuff that we've talked about today, is, you know, if you can still come inside of the standards, but yet still have a serviceable apparatus. And that's what we did with that last tender that we got, it's got a plastic tank. So.
You weren't here for it, but, when Russell was talking about PPE and uniforms that we do for the volunteers as well. When he heard the price of some stuff, he was like, what? My coat is, so. Yeah, outfitted like I am, this is Nomex material. So the Nomex material is rated for fire. It doesn't break down, as fast as other stuff. With cotton, you can get away with cotton, but no other synthetic type fibers. So we can get away with a cotton t-shirt. That is a good barrier between our turnouts and our skin, because it doesn't break down and melt. The Nomex doesn't melt. It is I won't say fire retardant, but it's a fire resistant. So a uniform just like this with me in it, pants that I was paying $80 to $90 for 2 years ago, I'm now paying $170 for now. And each career person gets 2 to 3 sets of pants, because, you know, firefighters, they get stuff on them. They get blood, they get whatever stuff that we don't want them to carry around. They squat down and then they rip them out. We can't re-sew those 90% of the time. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. You gotta take them to a tailor, or a seamstress that'll sew them, but they also have to have the Nomex material or fabric or, thread to be able to sew them back together. And then you don't know how long they're gonna last before you're doing that. A shirt that used to be $50 to $60 is now $110 a piece. Badges, the cheapest thing on my shirt besides the pin that I bought is these right here. They're $5 to $10 per set. So you see, and like I said, I'm just trying to give you the reality of what this stuff costs to outfit everybody with.
Well, I mean, I work for the Oregon Forestry Department, and we had fire shirts, of course, helmets and everything else, you know, and of course, that was a ways back. And, all of our rigs, you know, we had our own pumpers and everything else. None of it was certified. It was just whatever they could put on in wonderful downtown Prineville, Oregon.
Well, some of those, when you look at some of those fire departments that aren't affiliated with a fire service or anything, they're what do they call those?
Brigade.
A brigade out down there. Yeah, they get what they can take.
Yeah.
We saw Humvees like in Dayville or Sprague. They had Humvees with water tanks and they get whatever they could. Yeah. Anyway, like I said, I was just trying to give you guys a cost of what it takes to continue to run and keep everybody outfitted in the uniforms that they're in, and to keep them safe. The turnouts the same way. Does anybody have any questions? That's all I have.
Thanks, Bruce. You just scared the hell out of it.
And then, like I said, it's looking at the cost and how the cost of everything goes up, just kind of.
I've been on this budget committee, how long? Dale, 12 years, 14 years? You know, it's crazy. It's crazy how much costs have gone up.
And like I said, with the bunker gear, we're not going with the most expensive, fancy, matter of fact, just to help. Well,
That's the
true,
thing, but
to help save money. When I became BC, even when I was a lieutenant, I was we need rescue harnesses.
mhm.
And that's just because of the 2-story or the 3-story buildings we have. So looking at the costs, we started putting those in all of our turnouts. And now we're I have reevaluated that and it's. But to save money to make those $4,000 turnouts drop down to $3,300 and $3,200. The decision was made that, hey, we need to pull these out. They're still made to where we can put them in if we decide that, hey, we got the funds that we can do this. But for right now, we're trying to be good stewards of the district's money, of the taxpayers' money. And we made cuts there to try to make those and bring those down as much as we could. And so.
Mr. President, we are now at number 9. I know we've kind of juggled some stuff down on our list. So.
Anybody need a break or? Alrighty, no PowerPoints for us, going old school, piece of paper.
Thank you.
Let you guys can reflect on it afterwards as well. So it was supposed to be Carol who was talking today. Unfortunately, Carol is doing his best impression of Tiny Tim with one foot in the grave, so you got me now. I'm just gonna keep this fairly short and sweet. I know we've been here for a long time today. Just got a brief written remark on some things that the union would like to bring up. So good afternoon, members of the board. On behalf of the union, we'd like to take a few minutes to speak with you about some concerns regarding recruitment and retention. Based on the trends that we are seeing, we believe this is becoming an organizational risk that could impact staffing stability and service delivery if it is not addressed. Our goal in bringing this forward is not to assign blame, but to highlight trends that present a serious challenge to the long-term stability of the district. We also want to acknowledge the work that the district's administration continues to do in managing the many challenges facing the fire service today. We appreciate those efforts that have been made to support the organization and its members. At the same time, while the district and the union are currently engaged in contract negotiations, the concerns we are raising tonight go beyond the bargaining table. They reflect broader challenges with staff instability, recruitment, and retention that we believe the board should be aware of as part of its oversight in the district. Over the past 8 years, 28 line personnel have voluntarily left the district, not including retirements. When compared to the number of union members currently working on the line, this represents a 100% turnover during that period. We highlight the last 8 years specifically because this was the last time the district increased the number of its line personnel. Since that time, several single role positions have been eliminated, as you've seen in previous discussions, resulting in fewer personnel assigned on shift, even as overall call volume has continued to increase. Again, as you saw here a little bit ago, 8 years ago, the district was running a little over 6,000 calls per year. Last year, we responded to more than 7,000 calls. Unfortunately, while most employees who left were not provided exit interviews, the union was able to reach out and speak with many of them to better understand their decisions. Several common themes have emerged: compensation, call volume, burnout, and schedule. In terms of compensation, our line personnel are receiving approximately 10 to 15% below the average of what our comparable departments are offering. This is while our crews experience nearly double the call volume per badge, while also performing additional responsibilities such as fire inspection, duties that no other comparable departments assign to their line personnel. Our district employees, our line personnel also have additional responsibilities such as PPE, uniform maintenance, Zoll monitors, medications, medication purchase, so on and so forth, that they often will do off duty because they are unable to complete these tasks during the time given to them due to call volume. In addition, employees are frequently assigned to medic units with very little rotation off, even after promotion to positions such as engineer or lieutenant. All of these factor into increasing levels of burnout. Scheduling is another major issue. Our district continues to operate on a 24/48 schedule, which has increasingly been shown to negatively impact both firefighter health and retention. All of the surrounding departments have transitioned away from this model, leaving us with the only one to still be pursuing. All these factors are also affecting recruitment. At present, the district is facing increasing difficulty attracting paramedic applicants. We have developed a reputation among some local paramedic programs as a place that quickly burns through our medics. In our most recent hiring process, we only had 3 viable paramedic candidates for a position that required a paramedic to maintain functional staffing. Across the region, many neighboring departments, including Albany, Ralph, Eugene, and Salem, are currently hiring or preparing to hire, often offering higher compensation, different scheduling models, and other factors that can make them more attractive options for firefighters and paramedics. The union is concerned that without meaningful change, the district will face a significant loss of experienced personnel in the near future. Given the current recruitment environment, replacing these employees will prove to be extremely difficult. Staffing stability is not only important for the well-being of our employees, also critical to maintaining the level of emergency response our community depends on every day. We raise these concerns out of a shared commitment to the success of this district, the safety of our crews, and the service we provide to the community. The members of this union care deeply about the district and its future. We stand ready to work constructively with the board and administration to identify solutions that support both our personnel and the community. Thank you for your time. You guys have any questions over anything that we brought up?
Well, I have one question for you.
Yeah.
I think, I totally get where this is coming from. I understand where you're coming from on it. So you've seen the budget, you've seen where we're at.
Mhm.
There's no way we could even come up with the comparables that you're talking about in here. So how do we fix it?
So this is not here just to say that you need to pay us more money. This is saying that we see a significant challenge right here in both retaining and recruiting employees. Frankly, if we don't retain our current employees, we won't have the ability to recruit new ones to replace the ones that we're leaving.
No, I get that.
And so what we would like to do is we would like to have this be a focus of what we can look at in the future at alternative options that don't only include compensation, but include other things that we can do to help the team employees. So again, we're not saying that we want more money. What we're trying to do is we're saying, what can we do in cooperation with the fire board and the districts that can help us retain? We're aware of the question.
No,
We're trying to look for alternative solutions.
well, and that's what I guess that's what I'm getting at. What alternative have you guys come up with, if any, that you went with management on?
So we've proposed a few alternatives and I don't want to really
No.
get into.
Yeah, no, that ain't here to get into. I just
Yeah.
asking if that's what you have done.
We brought up some alternative things and we're in discussion on the contract side of things. Our
Yeah,
goal.
I don't want to get into the contract.
Yep, exactly. And that's not my goal for today.
Not here, but.
You've seen highlighted when Russell was talking about our recruitment and retention, that we
No,
have
I-
issues with that.
No, I get it. I came from Wayne County Sheriff's Office and we ran into the same boat as what's happening here, but 10 years ago.
So and I guess the way we're trying to say it is, if we don't have the money to do this, then let's come up with alternative solutions. And I'm hoping that we can come up with things that we haven't thought of.
Right.
That was my understanding of the whole board workshop was, we're trying to look to how we can go towards the future. And so we're just trying to say,
That's what I'm asking. That's why I asked. But
yeah,
we're all on the same team. We're all trying to find a solution to keep. Cause that's been one of my, since I've been on the board, that's been one of my biggest deals is keep staff, put staff on. And I get it 100%. I've worked short 21 years.
no, I get it.
So I get where you guys are coming from on this, but yeah.
And we just know that there's been a whole bunch of things that, unfortunately, it's been a downer of a day.
Yes,
There's been a whole bunch of issues that have been risen. The union just wants to say, hey, this is where we're concerned, and this is where we'd like to see an emphasis on things.
You know, everything you brought up, Michael, and I realize you didn't write this, I don't think, but. You know, these are all valid things, and we're all concerned about it, you know, I don't see this as a firefighter, the union, or management, or what. I view us as a team, You know, and I strongly believe that, you know, that everybody in here, input is important, and we are a team, and we've got to figure out different ways to do that. I am very concerned about the money issue. I have real doubts that we can pass the levy. You know, anytime somebody talks money right now, especially in Oregon, it's a hot button, and my neighbors are pissed off about stuff. I try to say, you know, we need more money for the fire department, and I'm not getting a good response, you know, and my neighbors like me. You know, so.
I'll let it depend where. I guess
Okay, but anyhow, we hear what you're saying, and, you know, I got serious concerns about how we're gonna go forward in this, you know. Realistically, if we don't get this budget passed, or get a levy passed, you know, I see the ambulance being in jeopardy, you know, and that's a big part of our revenue, you know, so you're talking jobs. You know, we don't wanna see that, you know, we can come up with some solutions, I'm sure of that, you know, if we, you know, you look at changing how we do our scheduling, and I know that 24/48, you know, I worked that forever. And I also worked, 24/72, you know, they all take a toll on me, there's no easy solution. The way we run the department, you know, you could look at, say you work an 8-hour shift, well, that's not gonna work, because we didn't need more people to do it, and to cover everything else, so there's no easy solution, but I know that we hear you, and we talk about this stuff. And it is important, and I'm glad that you brought this up. It's good to hear everybody talk. It is. But, you know, and like I say, we are a team. So I appreciate you coming forward.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I just look at levies that are being discussed, not only what we've been talking about in our board, but Lebanon City's gonna put out a levy. Lebanon High School with the pool and a football stadium's gonna put out a levy. Lynn County Sheriff put one out last year and it passed. We don't know what LBCC is gonna do. We don't know what the Lynn County's gonna do. There's so many damn unknowns on the levies, and I'm with Dale. Right now, I don't think we can get a levy passed, but we have to strategically decide when and how much, and then it's gonna be a hell of a campaign.
I don't disagree with you, and Chief Stacy brought up a great point at the beginning of this, looking at our nice to have and need to have.
Yep.
And we may have to look internally and look at a few things that are nice to have. I know our operational side of things has been stripped down to about as bare bones as we can get it.
And that's why the questions that I asked today is, can we get by with, you know, less apparatus, less this, less this, less this, in order to maintain our staffing levels, because I think the staffing levels are the most important goal.
Yeah.
The item up there that we put up on ambulance district, that is probably our best chance in the long run, is to form an ambulance district that will incorporate our entire service area, Scioto, Crabtree, and Brownsville, and share the cost. I mean, we provide the service, but the people don't pay for it there. So that would be, I think, our best bet going forward to add stabilization to our funding problem. You know, and that, you know, Sweet Home has a fire district and an ambulance district, and it runs under one umbrella, you know, that I see is the way that we're gonna have to go eventually. And maybe we can do a bond as a stopgap measure until we get that up and get it operational.
And I mean, again, all viable options, we're interested in hearing what you guys have, because we've been banging our head against the wall, and we've come up with a few solutions that we've proposed, but I know there's more out there. And so our whole point was just saying, with all the negativity on Fort we do want to emphasize, hey, we really need to do something to retain our employees, or else we're gonna be looking at a very serious problem here in a very short.
It's a good thing, and that's the nice thing about having a team, is that everybody's input, the more people you have looking at a problem, the more solutions we're gonna get, so good.
Any other questions, Johnny?
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, all valid points. I'm gonna kind of echo what Dylan Dwayne just said. And, first off, I think, Jason Carroll probably owes you a beer. For standing up there. So thanks for bringing that stuff up. We're feeling the same pinch up north. We put on multiple paramedic, applications and, had very minimal, people apply for those. As well as, I know Chemeketa had a bit of a downturn with their paramedic students. I don't know, is it the same with Lynn Benton?
So Lynn Benton doesn't have any paramedic students. Unfortunately, we're looking at Chemeketa and then.
Chemeketa too.
With
Okay.
like, OIT and stuff like that as our primary, points for paramedic students.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Perkins. I appreciate you bringing that stuff up. And even OSFM's feeling it. I mean, usually at the fire marshal conference, there's 120 people there, and there was 60 this time with minimal OSFM folks out there. So it's being felt across the state. So value what you guys do. You guys doing a great job. Thank you.
Sir, gentlemen.
Yeah, if the damn politicians can move the district lines. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're number 10,
Number 10.
volunteers address the board.
Easiest one yet.
Yeah.
I'd like
Yeah.
to-
And we already done number 11.
Yeah, and I'd like to see more volunteers.
Number 12 then.
Number 12. So, I want to be cognizant of everybody's time because it's been a long day and a slow death by PowerPoint. But, I hope that the board and the union, and the battalion chiefs and the staff found some value in this exercise. But some things that I'm hoping to get out of it, and that's some goal discussions and goal setting. And maybe just talk briefly about some deliverables. And Matt, you missed, part of it. I know that, when I first come in as chief, one thing I talked about was our master plan and strategic plan needing to be updated, and that was on the kind of the top of the list. After talking, internally and externally, our standards of cover is severely outdated. Matter of fact, is 2012, 2014, yeah. And really to even get to where we're updating or looking at a master plan and strategic plan, those are all things that take us where we need to go. But we need to really firmly cement where we're at, I feel. Before we can see where we need to go, right? And the nice thing about a standard of cover is it kind of much like the discussion today. It's many bodies, it's staff, it's a union, it's volunteers, and it's community leaders and members that are a part of that, setting what those standards of cover should be. What I inquired to the board that was here at the time is that I feel that that's where our efforts need to be before we do a master plan or a strategic plan. We have some work, internal work to do ourselves. I think before we go forward with that, but I would like board direction on if that's where they want us to go. I think 3 of the board members agreed. I don't know, Mr. Board President, if I'm wrong, but kind of want to bring Matt up to speed on that and Robbie. So I think that that's a good deliverable. But I think we can kind of set like at least a 2-month deadline to kind of come up with a good outline and a plan on. If that's direction of the board, but I think that that's one of those deliverables. But I think more globally, I'm just looking at the board about what are some greater goal discussions or goal setting that you would like to see as a fire board.
Well, I think we've got a pretty darn good outline right up here of things that, and judging by what was up on the screen, they're pretty comparable on what the staff, the county chiefs are talking versus what the board has looked at, those opportunities, strengths, weaknesses, so on and so forth. I've been involved with a lot of organizations, and we always have what we call the program work. Okay, which is essentially a 1, 3, and 5 year plan. You know, and I'm a firm believer, and I don't care what entity it is, whether it's a business or it's a taxing district or whatever, you need to have that. You know, so what you're talking about, the plan, updating the plan, yes, we absolutely need to do that, but we have to have something solidified in our minds of, like you say, where are we? You know, and we know that we're in deep doo-doo financially, and where do we wanna be? Well, where we wanna be is pretty damn easy to put out this big goal up there. Okay, but what are those steps? And it's called ways and means. Here's our objective. What are the ways and means that we are going to, and that's why they have a Ways and Means Committee and Senate. You know, how are you gonna do it? How are you gonna do it? Okay, is it gonna be a legislative thing? Is it gonna, you know, run through the county? Is it a city situation? Whatever it is that when you make up that program of work, or that 1, 3, and 5 year plan, and that is not just, oh, well, we've done it in 2012 and it's 2026, we need to update it. No, you do it every year. Because things change every year. We don't get a levy every year. We don't get a bond every year. You know, we don't have a conflict every year. So you put together the objectives, and that comes essentially in collaboration with everybody involved with the team effort. And then you have to put the ways and means down, or else the objectives mean nothing.
Yeah, well, that's kind of. We're saying it's the same thing in a different way.
Yeah.
Right. So really, the standard to cover is kind of setting the objectives, where we're at, you know, what we can do, where we wanna kind of be. You know, the master plan is the roadmap, or the overall goal setting, and the strategic plan, you know, the 1, 3, 5, your strategic plan is what we need to do to get there. But I think it all really needs to start with the standard cover. I think that, and I know the body and boards, the representation to the community. I think going through a formalized standard of cover where we have some community, like we did in 2012, get some of that community involvement as well. And you know, we can discuss further on that, what that makeup should look like or be, as part of that. Like I said, unfortunately, there's some people today, although when Mark presented his SWOT analysis, that was the department as a whole, that was all derived from volunteers to administrative staff, you know, to our battalion chiefs and our union. There's an element missing, and that's community, and for an opportunity for community understanding and some community input. And that's kind of where the standard to cover, I think, comes in, so.
Okay, we're kind of, I think under a time crunch, you know, if we were considering going out in November for a levy, you know, we need to get hot on that if we were gonna go at that time. And I think we need to look at what our finances are, how long we can wait, you know. Probably November would be our best chance of getting some passed, you know, just because of the high volume of turnout that we anticipate. But, you know, we're already in the 3rd month of this year, so we've got just a very short time to get something going, you know, and to wait, you know, 2 more months before we do or announce that we're gonna go is gonna be a problem.
So there's the political timeline, right?
Right.
So a formal announcement has to happen in August. There's informal announcement with the board that, yes, we feel that this is a direction that we would like to see staff put effort and energy into looking to and commitment to without the formal commitment, because once we make the formal commitment,
Right.
we're handcuffed.
Right.
There are things that there's things that have been worked on, I guess, maybe in the background that are quickly able to be put into play. I don't disagree with you that November is probably our best chance, although with this political climate, you don't know. Also, if we don't try and we don't give it our best effort, we don't know. And if we don't try and give it our best effort, I think that we're doing a disservice to our community and our people. The other, I guess, part of that is there's a couple of ways. There's also been, this is something that's weighed heavy on my mind. We've had quite a few discussions as far as budgetarily, how far can we go? And we've kind of explored that. I know Des, I think, has a little more work to put towards that. I look at it as firefighter math. You know, I'm looking at it thumb wise and projection wise. My firefighter math tells me that we have a shot in November and that we would have a shot in spring. And after that, there's some serious considerations that the district would have to make. And one of them would be, how many personnel can we support in the ambulance service, which has a huge impact on the community. I know that there's been people out in the community that, you know, have thrown, well, just have a private provider. I know you've personally seen that throughout your career.
Oh, yeah.
And what that actually looks like and what the service delivery is to the community. And I think it would be a disservice to the community, even at the level that we can provide right now. And I don't have a problem with beating the drum on that and getting out there. I think that if I had direction from the board that says, yes, we need to start looking into and putting efforts towards without a formal announcement or a formal handcuffing, I'm more than willing to do that. And I think we can have a quick turnaround on deliverables as far as some of the concerns that you brought up, like how much time do we truly have? What does that truly look like? I don't think the standard cover, that's aside from this conversation, right? I do think that does help play in with the overall conversation, with the community at some point. I know when we've done it in the past, what's important to the community. I know when we've done it in 2012, the EMS services were important to the community. I'm sure that they probably still are today. I don't think that's changed. But like I said, without a formal handcuffing, I will put the efforts towards whatever direction the board gives. And I know my personal feelings as chief is that our efforts need to look at a levy because, I love the idea and I don't think that it should be dismissed. An ambulance district is great, a great idea. In Oregon, for a district to be formed like that, it has to come from not within the district, but somebody out in the community, and it has to be a driven from there with a petition. Hit a certain amount of, signatures to do that, and it would be probably a 3-year process. My firefighter math tells me we don't have 3 years. And so much like a Band-Aid, putting a Band-Aid, I guess, or putting maybe some clean on arterial bleed, how can we slow down the bleeding to get to the point where we can get it sutured and fixed and have some stability in this district?
Yeah, I agree with what you said, and when I was talking about the ambulance district, I said that the levy could be a stopgap
Yeah.
measure for us until we can get to that. And I know that there's people in the communities in Brownsville, Slough, Crabtree, and Lebanon who have already bought into the idea. They understand it,
Yeah.
that we need to get a stable funding, or we're not gonna have an ambulance service. And God forbid that it would ever come to the point where we had a private service in here, because it just doesn't work. Albany can testify to the mess that they went through, but, you know, we can work through this. I think, you know, the standard of service is something we need to have, but without a funding base, it's kind of a waste of time to get it done. It's an important thing to get done, but we need to, what I would like to see is that by the, April meeting, that we have a good idea of how far we can go with our money that we have. You know, so we could put this bird in your pocket, and come up with some numbers for us by the April meeting, so that we can discuss it and see where we can go with it. And then we need to decide if we, at that point, if we want to make the informal commitment to go out in November, or wait a little bit longer if we can. So,
Well, if I may comment.
yeah.
We have failed in the past. And why did we fail? You know, have we ever made an analysis of that? Why did we fail? Well, I can tell you one thing, it's too close to the ball. Okay, and people see a nice new, you know, Station 31, and then they say, oh, they don't need any more money. Okay, the other aspect of that too is we're not very political. Okay, we're not a, you know, we're a taxing district, but we're not a political organization. When we go out to the community and to the public, you know, you have to play their game, not ours. Okay, and you can give them all the facts and figures and this and that, you know, but that doesn't necessarily pass levies. Who voted against the levy last time? Do we know?
Well, I can tell you it went down, what was it, 72% in every vote I've seen in our district.
Yes. Okay, but who turned out for that?
Yeah.
Was it Democrats? Was it Republicans? Was it independents? Can we even find out? Okay, I'll tell you, Republicans are the absolute worst turnout in voting in the United States. And I'll tell you, it's the same thing in Lynn County, and we were a quote conservative county. Okay, we only had like a 66% turnout in the last election. Okay, if there were 3 or 4 conservative counties, that all the people that are quote conservative would have actually put the X on the little circle and put it in the mail, we would have Drazen as a governor, not Kotek. That's how close it was. What is the deal with our levies? Why did it fail so bad? Okay. Your biggest turnout is going to be at midterms. It's going to be November. Is that strategically what we want? Is a big turnout? You know, so that's why I'm saying, who voted against our levy? Was it the people who are now completely anti-tax? And I'll tell you right now, that's exactly who it is. You know, because the state has this tax, you know, and they're still trying to get damn things passed. and we go at it with an increase.
I know
And
that-
it is gonna work, law enforcement, they'd rather stay safe in their homes, but they'd rather die of a heart attack too, but. So that's what I'm saying is that we need to be a little more political on this, a little more strategic. And it means we need to involve everybody. And we need to do it on a community basis. And, you just can't put a blurb on the website and a couple of yard signs.
No. A matter of fact, so there are people out there that help with this, that have a high success rate of helping with this. Who actually I sat in on a class that she presented. She was actually the person that helped with the bond of the station. There is cost associated with that. At a point, she's more than willing to have conversations. She may not take us on, she may not. Because she has a high success rate, because she only takes on winners. It's like a 93% success rate. I can have the conversation with her. Conversations don't cost anything to see if she's even willing to take us on or look at this. I do have most of her strategies on how she does it. It may be that there's a full-blown push, it may be that there's a marketing help that may be at a lesser cost. I don't know without having the actual conversation with her.
And she may already have the data for Lynn County.
Oh, I'm sure she does,
Yeah.
because that's her business,
Yep, absolutely.
so. And I don't have a problem making that phone conversation tomorrow, to at least get a feel, so I can have further information for the April board meeting. Or actually, we are still scheduled for a board meeting next week, and I can bring back where our conversation went. And what her thoughts are on success, and what her thoughts are on any help of what that cost would be.
That sounds like a good plan, John. We gotta do that and give a report to us next board meeting.
I won't be here for the next one. I'll be over John Day area.
So
Problem says thumbs up.
I'll reach out to Liz, who helped us with the bond. Liz Loomis is her name. I don't know what her company name is, but
Bonds are us.
that's what she does, bonds and levies. And she does fire districts, and she actually might even still have some materials and lists and stuff from when she done the station, so.
Well, we gotta do everything to protect our guys,
No, we do.
our people.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is, and if we have to turn into politicians, then so be it.
We're already trying to get ourselves out there. I know the union is, with some of the groups and some of the things that they sent on, I know Russell has been, we've been trying to get our face out there.
Okay,
Me and
develop,
Mark have been, and,
and develop a pack.
there is a pack available to us.
Okay. Yes, for the simple reason is that we might be able to garner some.
Yeah.
Pretty good donations to help
Yeah.
us.
There is a pack sitting, waiting, and it's just a phone call away.
Okay, good.
So. Okay, if you have no further questions.
No, I do not. Anybody else?
I moved it, we
Why, do I have questions?
Okay, we'll adjourn this.
Thank you to the board, the union members, and staff, who
Yes,
Like I
thank
said,
everybody for that.
set through this,
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, I got to get